All right, so I'm back live on YouTube and Facebook. Oh Lord, when you're using StreamYard. All right, I appreciate y'all patience on TikTok while I reestablish the link, the setup, and reset a new one on Facebook and YouTube. All right, so when y'all start coming on here on YouTube and Facebook, I need y'all to let me know. Well, I know it's going to send y'all to a commercial first, but then let me know if this thing is working right. Let me know if it's not choppy. Everything good. And I started to test this out today to see to attach this directly to the internet. It's good to go. All right. Good to go. All right. Everybody's coming back, coming back, coming back, coming back. Not choppy. Good. Oh, I just went off and came back on. Tomorrow, I'm gonna do a test today. I'm gonna connect my laptop directly to the modem because that will give me a more consistent. So I'm gonna test that tomorrow. Make sure I'm gonna get that set up for tomorrow. All right, we all back. So as I was saying, I believe when you look at this story of the Tower of Babel, you also see this narcissistic, insecure guy. This guy who sits up there and he has a problem with the fact that everybody in the world is working together. You would think that a God of love would want everyone working together. Instead, he would prefer we are all with our different languages, creating different nations, different ethnicities, different tribes, and ultimately leading to different races. That he would not have wanted that. He would want everybody to be unified. Because if everybody is unified, then yeah, we still have some issues, but at least war wouldn't be one of them. You understand what I'm saying? If the whole world was unified under one type of government, who would we war against? Yeah, there'd be some insurrections, there'd be some rebels and things of that nature. There'll be some protests. We always gonna have some problems. There's gonna be people groups who say that we're not being treated fairly. There'll be some problems. I'm not saying that it solves the world's problem at all, but at least you eliminate war. But this God would seem to rather have man so divided that there is war, right? Yet Christians, believers will say that this is not a God of confusion, yet he confused the languages so that man would separate. And I don't know if you guys ever been to a work site, but my grandfather used to own a construction company. Two of my uncles, one of my uncles and my dad owned a windows, doors, and insulation company. Everybody didn't speak the same language, but yet they built the building. The buildings got built, the windows got installed, the insulation got sprayed on, like rolled in, whatever, however they do it. I only did it once because that shit's itchy. But the work got done, regardless of whether or not they all spoke the same language. You can, if living in Atlanta, you can see a whole crew of people come and build a building, clean a building, do a road crew. Everybody didn't speak the same language. So the notion that you got to speak the same language, otherwise all the work stops, come on, it's stupid. The story makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Like, you have to have a smooth brain in order for you to believe that this story is a true story and it actually happened. I mean, if you believe this story actually happened, put a 1 in the comments. If you know this story is fugazi, put a 2 in the comments. Because it's bullshit. It's bullshit that this story could have ever been true. And if this story is a lie, then the rest of it can be called into question. And the reason why the Bible, the Masoretic text, the Bible, now the step 2 it did do some little hooky rookie, but the Torah places that the world became divided in the year of Peleg. Peleg is 101 years after the flood. So you got in 101 years, you go from 8 people, but only 6 of them are having babies, to having a population big enough to build the city of Babylon and build this ziggurat. The birth numbers don't work that way. You know that. I'm sorry. I ignore the shit out of Fred, but this is actually I was thinking about this. This is going to be the conversation for tomorrow. The bullshit lies of Christian persecution all over the world. This fool is saying 3 million are being persecuted all day. 300 million. Sorry, my bad. 300 million. In 2025, he said 300 million Christians have been persecuted. Ah, man, shut the fuck up. We're going to talk about that false persecution of Christianity tomorrow. That's tomorrow's live. So if you want to gear up for that one, tomorrow's live on Friday. We're going to talk about false persecution, the false claims of Christian persecution. Right. But the God of the universe, exactly as Mary said, the God of the universe is insecure. Is it Falami? I think it's Falami. Yeah, Falami. The closer we get to unity, the closer we start figuring stuff out about God through relationships to others. Mind you, this is after the Adam and Eve knowledge. So yes, in a way, looking at human behavior, you are shooting towards God. Only if you think that Godhood is just a state of mind. If you're saying that there is a primary God mover, then no, we're not moving nowhere near close to that. We're actually moving more and more away from the idea of a God. The closer we get together, the closer we share information, the more knowledge we have of each other. We're moving away from the ideas of God and more into humanism than we are moving towards a God. It's interesting when you look at the world today, there are way more people who are walking away from these religions and who are understanding the science of the world, and people are walking away from it left and right. So, but this story, Tower of Babel. Let's see. We're gonna have a little conversation here. I hit the dude. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Starting to come up. Adam,
What's up?
how you doing? Are you over 21?
Yeah.
All right. Are you a believer?
For an atheist.
You're atheist?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So what are your thoughts on Tower of Babel story?
I think there's actually a little bit of truth to that one. Like, I mean, obviously, like the fairy tale stuff's false, but I guess like Babylon. I don't even know if is the Babylonian language still around even, or.
No, it's pretty much a dead language. No one speaks it.
I mean, can we even translate it?
Yeah, we can translate the cuneiform. So I mean, when we say that no one speaks it, doesn't mean that no individual on the planet. It's just not used in the sense of there's a communities or nations of people who utilize that language. There are some people who can read the cuneiform, and they are phonetically sounding it out. But is that exactly what it sounded like in 2500 BCE? Where we wouldn't know.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is. It's like, but I think there was like a little bit of truth to the story. I mean, like the Bible's like the religious aspect's wrong, but I think that I don't know if they lost languages or something happened, or I think there's a little bit of truth to it. I mean, not a whole lot of truth, but
Man, actually, there's no truth to it at all. The Babylonian ziggurats were built as temples of whatever the god was for that city. So, like Marduk would have been the god that ruled over Babylon during the Israelite captivity there. So the ziggurats there would have been dedicated, most of them would have been dedicated to Marduk, but of course they worshiped other gods. So the worshippers of the god Sin, which is the moon god, would have had a ziggurat. So they would have had ziggurats for different gods within the city. The largest one would have been towards Marduk. So, and so these were worship centers. These were just like, oh, his phone rang. Okay. So these were like worship centers for them. These were the place that their God lived in. It has nothing to do with language ever.
No, like, I mean, I don't know if the tower existed, but like, there was something about like languages or something when it fell, like, or maybe it was just the written languages or something. I'm trying to like, I don't know, I'll have to Google real quick, but there's like a small amount of truth to the story, I guess.
No, there's none. There's absolutely no truth to the story other than the only confusion is that the word Babel in the Hebrew means confusion, but the word Babel in Babylonian means gateway. That's the only confusion of language in this story. It is them not understanding. It is them taking their way of speaking and trying to force that meaning to be what the Babylonians meant. You still there?
Yeah, I'm about to Google stuff. I know, I'm trying to remember what I heard about it.
Yeah. So, and they're really stealing the history of the Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians, and Babylonians in order to tell this story.
My other phone is slow.
Come on, man, you gotta have it. We having dead air now.
Come on, Google, what you gonna
Right.
give me?
Divine autistic, you're absolutely right. Babylon means gateway of the gods. So that's what the whole city of Babylon was, the gateway of the gods, right?
Yeah, they did have ziggurats, form against pride, activity. Maybe I was wrong, huh?
Yeah, you're giving me dead air, Jane, Adam. Yeah, I'm gonna need you. You gotta have it. No disrespect, Adam, but when you come up, you gotta have your stuff. You gotta be ready. We can't sit here in silence. Okay, we gotta keep going. You have to keep going. You gotta keep it moving. Got to keep on moving. Yeah, so I do find it interesting. I mean, okay, I know Debbie has said that how can you be an atheist and say some parts of the Bible are true? I was giving him the patience. I was trying to be patient to see what he meant by that, by stating what part of it might be true. The only parts of the Bible that are acceptable to believe is the city of Jerusalem existed. These people fought this war against those people. This king or this King Hezekiah probably exists. Sennacherib exists. Mesha. Okay. But that's about it. And I was hoping that is what he meant. But I don't know where he can get that with the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel has nothing, the Babylonian ziggurats. It's the Babylonian people who built them. Has nothing to do with language. For the Assyrians, when they built theirs, had nothing to do with language. For those, the Akkadians and Sumerians had nothing to do with language. The ziggurats had everything to do with worship of the God of those people, right? That's it. Only because of the messed up translation from the from Hebrew with Hebrew and Babylonian did they create this confusion of language story, which, like I said, is a grandpa story. I'm not a grandfather. Don't plan on being one in the recent future. But when I become one, I'm gonna do them just like I did my children. I'm gonna make up some good ass stories to my children, to my grandkids. Just like I told my kids when it's raining and I want them to come out the rain, that there's tens of thousands of birds high up in the sky beyond what you can see, and they're spitting on you. Right? So no. Coach, you said last week there's no bridge in the gap between Christianity and spirituality. As I meant as far as love and understanding and tolerance. I would have to talk to you to be able to define that. I need more of what you're meaning by that. But I don't remember the conversation in context that I was saying that there's no bridge in the gap between Christianity and spirituality. And what I would think right now may be different than what I said last week. But even as far as love, understanding, and tolerance, the fact that there is intolerance within religion, within Christianity, and if your spirituality is based on Christianity and there's intolerance, when there is intolerance, there is no love nor understanding. I don't know if that's what we was talking about last week, but when people who are claiming Christianity say that they are loving and tolerant, they are lying. Either you're not actually practicing Christianity, the spirituality of Christianity, or you have deluded yourself. You've picked and chosen what parts of Christianity you want to follow, ignoring the rest, and then making that seem like it's love and tolerance and stuff. And it just doesn't work. Lewis, is it Lewis? Am I?
Hey, Lewis, yeah. Hey,
Louis,
everyone.
how you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's been going here.
Are you over 21?
I am.
Good.
Yes, sir. How are you doing today?
Pretty good. Are you a believer?
I am.
All right. So you believe that the Tower of Babel story is true?
I mean, there's no historical evidence, right, or archaeological evidence, but I would take it to be true as far as like it has no real direct implications on, I guess, my belief system, right? So even if it wasn't, right, and in your world, if you were to say it's not true, it wouldn't really impact any of my beliefs about God.
Why not? Because would it not demonstrate that your God is insecure, or that your God lied, that the story's a lie, that it never happened, that the people involved never came to be?
Yeah, I guess like so. The first time you see a historical like evidence for something in the Bible, I believe, is the city of Jericho with Joshua and the Israelites. So before that, there really is no real like corroborating evidence for some of those stories that you're like this one, for example.
Well, there's
no
no corroborating evidence for any of the stories, and then there's no corroborating evidence for Joshua and Jericho. There's evidence of Jericho because it's one of the oldest cities in that region and one of the oldest cities in the world, but there's nothing that corroborates Joshua with Jericho.
Right. Well, that's precisely what I'm meaning. When I say corroborating, it's not going to be like a comprehensive
sort of evidence to verify every detail of the story of Joshua or Jericho. I'm just saying that there is historical basis for the story in the sense that that city did exist, right? Those people did exist, that sort of thing. So,
what people?
So yeah.
When you say those people, which people are you talking about, though? The people who
People
lived in Jericho or the Israelites?
Well, I guess both people of Jericho and the Israelites.
No, there's evidence for the people of Jericho. There's no evidence for the Israelites in Jericho. You don't have evidence of Israelites in Jericho.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you can make that distinction.
Yeah, that's fine. There's no evidence of people of Israelites in Jericho until roughly about the 800s to 700s BCE, which is way after Joshua.
Yeah, I guess, and it's ever evolving, right? You start to find more stuff, people uncover different artifacts, different sites. So I guess my main, I heard you say something that I hope you don't mind me kind of segueing into something you said, but you said something along the lines of Christians being loving and accepting, and that there's some sort of contradiction there.
Yeah. So they was talking about something I said last week, and I'm not quite sure what the subject matter was last week that he's speaking of. But based on what he had wrote.
Give me a second. I'm still listening. Go ahead. I'm going to text this person while I'm listening to you.
Okay. So basically what I was saying is that because Christianity is an intolerant religion, then it lacks understanding, which he said, love, understanding, and tolerance. Because it's an intolerant religion, and it's intolerant because it says that our way is the only way, and anybody else's way, they're going to hell. So that's a lack of understanding and a lack of love when you are saying that if you don't follow my dictator way, then you are going to hell. That is not love at all. So, and that's intolerant. So and it doesn't understand.
Yeah, that's interesting because I thought about this. Like, what is the common fabric between how we treat each other?
Mm-hmm.
And wouldn't you say that to some degree we all are intolerant, right? Even if you're Christian, not Christian, you're Buddhist, you're atheist, if you're apply any label you want. But wouldn't you think that to some degree we're all intolerant of someone else's views?
No, not all. See, if you were a proper atheist, if you want to have your belief, have it. Do it. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. I don't need to force you to think the way I think. I literally doesn't care. I don't care about that part of it because at the end of the day, from the atheistic point of view, it doesn't matter because there is no punishment for you not being atheist. There's no reward for you being atheist or not being atheist. So it doesn't matter.
So let's just say, let's talk about a good example, in today's world. Say a MAGA Christian wants to enact certain policy that you think will harm somebody else or a certain population group.
Mm-hmm.
To a certain degree, wouldn't you be intolerant of those views?
No, I would just disagree with those views. Disagreement is not intolerance. But if they process if they were to be able to enact that rule, regulation, law in the legal country, by a legal means, then they did it through the process. So it is what it is. Now, if I don't want to live under that, I can move. And so I can say, hey, I'm going over here. If y'all want to stay there and deal with that, you can stay there and deal with that. Just as a perfect example of that. Many people don't know, and I always found this fascinating because when the first time I went to Russia, and I was in Moscow, and this is in the early mid 90s, I was like, well, where do black people come from? And I found out that there was 50,000 black people who left America because of Jim Crow in the 1930s and 40s and went to Russia. Because they were like, okay, this is the American system. I just don't want to be under it. So they left and went to Russia.
Yeah.
I found that fascinating.
Yeah.
So it's not intolerance.
That is fascinating.
It's choice. Choice.
Yeah, I guess for me, intolerance would it would mean not respecting other people's views. So like,
yeah,
I guess it depends on how you would define it, right? So I feel like casting a like. By the way, I don't like the whole like constantly preaching hellfire sort of angle. That's just not my style. But like in essence, my beliefs and everything that I hold to, I feel like you have a respectable belief. Actually, the way that you approached it, you said that you don't really care, right? If certain people have certain beliefs, it doesn't bother you because you have your own. That's actually really fair. But I feel I'm the same way, even though I am Christian, and I do believe there is some sort of like supernatural judgment at the end of the whole thing once you unalive. I don't feel that's intolerant. I feel it's up to God to decide.
No,
right?
see,
Like I'm not the one judging.
But therein lies the intolerance, is because you're saying that if you don't believe my way, you are going to go to hell, and you disguise that in the shroud of saying, "I'm just giving you the truth," because God is so loving.
I guess Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I guess for me, the way I see it is I'm not the arbiter of that justice. God himself is the one who is the arbiter. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not the one actually making that judgment. It's something that God has,
Yes, you are.
Come up with.
No, you're making
and I'm
that
just accepting that judgment. That's true.
You are making that judgment because you have to be able to prove that God is making that judgment. So in order to prove that God is making that judgment, you have to prove that your God exists, right? So unless you can prove that your God exists, the judgment is solely coming from you.
Well, if I see what you're saying, but I don't necessarily agree with that like logic. But I see what you're saying because you have to presuppose in your worldview that God doesn't exist, and in mine, I presuppose that He does. So you're saying, prove that God exists, so that then His judgment is valid. So I get it, but I guess for me, I'm just saying that if I am like the way I see it, I am not the ultimate judge. I am just sort of the messenger or a spokesperson, as you said,
right,
claiming that we're giving the message of truth. And what I'm saying is that ultimately God will decide, what does or doesn't happen.
And this is how I said just a few minutes ago, this is how y'all disguise it. You disguise it with, it's God, it's God's love, I'm just bringing you the truth of God. That's how you disguise your intolerance. By putting it on the, and in this case, the scapegoat is your God. Instead of taking the accountability for yourself that this is what you believe, and what you believe, it is in its essence a dictatorship style belief, that it's my way or the highway.
I think both can be true, both that I take responsibility and that God is responsible. I think both can be true. And I do take that responsibility, so I'm honest about it.
And then here's the other level of it. If you then take a critical examination of it, you would have to then say, the God that I believe in, who I believe is all good, who I believe is love, is saying that a child born on the top of a mountain tribe in Tibet who's never heard of this God is going to hell. And they've never heard of this God. They're going to hell.
I don't actually believe that, by the way. I think there's basis from the Hebrew culture and that the age of accountability isn't until like later in their years, like the teenage years. So,
okay, a grown man or a grown woman living in Tibet never heard of Jesus.
That's a better example.
They're going to hell.
So, yeah, I don't actually believe that, by the way. To me that is an unknown. Like, I don't think it would be ultimately fair to say that if you never had the opportunity, that then you would suffer the consequence of such judgment. I actually don't believe that. I hold to the view that, some way, somehow, maybe, if they didn't hear about Jesus like you and I, they would be held to maybe some other judgment, and that I'm not aware of. I don't know. It's actually a view from the Catholic Church, and I do agree with it.
So do you realize how unjust that is? Let me break down to you why I say it's unjust.
Go ahead.
Let's say you was born and raised in Dubai, right? You were 99% of the time frame you're going to be born and raised into a Islamic family, right? Hello?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm just responding to my friend who called me again. Go ahead. Okay. I'm hearing you.
So 99% of the time you're going to be born into an Islamic family, right? And so from childbirth all the way up into your adulthood, you have participated, you have learned the Quran, you have done everything based on believing in the Quran in the same way that like most of the time, someone born in America or Europe is going to be raised up Christian. But you expect this person who would have heard, they know that there are Christians out there. They've heard certain smatterings about Christianity. They even take Jesus as one of their prophets, but they have been born and raised in this religion and have been indoctrinated at the same level that most children in America are indoctrinated into it. But yet you expect that person to flip it, to change, to come over to Christianity. That's arrogant, and that's intolerant, and that's unjust.
So what makes it unjust?
It's unjust because just like in the garden with Adam and Eve, this God has set up a system based on this Tower of Babel where everybody's separated. Remember, it's God's fault that God is the one that separated everybody into different cultures, different languages, and all this stuff, right? He full well knew that if you separate people and people go off and they're doing their own thing and they start believing in certain things, and he full well understand it because he said, raise up a child in the way that they should go so that when they become older, they will not depart.
They don't depart from it. Yeah.
He full well understands. So the mindset of this God is that he full well knows that if a child is born Hindu, grows up Hindu, being taught Hindu, that child most likely will not depart from Hinduism. But then he's going to send them to hell if this outside religion that this child's never heard of, that every person that this child has placed their trust and their authority in, that when they become an adult, they still placing that trust and the authority in what their parents taught them, what their priests taught them, what their society has taught them. And he's going to send that man to hell.
So are we supposing that they never hear the gospel?
No.
It's just their doctrine that they grew up with?
They hear the gospel about as much as you hear about Islam or as you hear about Hinduism.
Yeah, because what brings the accountability is having the knowledge and the understanding of, I think, that the gospel being presented. And so if you come to recognition of the gospel, then there is an accountability there.
Okay. Have you ever been outside of America?
My brother, I'm from Mexico, so Mexicano.
Oh, you're from Mexico. Sorry. Okay.
It's all good.
All right. Really? Okay. Your accent is very. No, I figured it was it was Latin, but it sounds American Latin. That's what it sounds like. So are you okay? So you live in Mexico.
I lived in Mexico. I immigrated to the U.S. A few times as a child, back and forth. So I was born in Mexico.
Let me rephrase. Have you ever been to a country that's not dominated by Christianity?
I have not.
Okay. Because if you go to
I plan to though.
All right. So when you go to a country that is not dominated by Christianity, you will not see street corner preaching going on from Christians for the most part.
Right.
Unless there's some missionaries who like to go to the out into the tribal people. That's about all you're gonna see. But depending upon what country, you're still not gonna see that. But for the most part, you're not going to see people standing on street corners preaching Christianity. In the same way, do you see Muslims standing on the street corner preaching Islam in America?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Right, you don't. Do you see Buddhists preaching on the street corner?
Not that I'm aware of, nope.
Exactly. That same thing, flip it in their countries. So if you're in India, you're not going to see Christians on the street corner preaching.
Then again, you know that's a U.S. phenomenon, because even in Mexico we don't do that. It's more of an evangelical take on Christianity. I grew up Catholic.
Right. So,
and, you know.
So then how are people in other countries around the world going to then hear the Gospels? If it's not being presented.
It would be through television, broadcasting, like that sort of thing, missionary work.
If I'm flipping, do you flip the channel and if you see some Muslim ceremonies or some Hindu preaching, do you stop and look at it?
Actually, believe it or not, because it's interesting. I love other cultures,
okay.
man. Considering I'm from Mexico, I love learning about other cultures, to be honest.
But realistically, most people aren't. They don't.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, most people don't.
If I'm scrolling through and I see some evangelical preaching on TV, I just go right past it. When I'm scrolling on TikTok, I go right past it. So my point is, this guy would have known that people are going to be indoctrinated into multiple religions. So he's going to send them to hell for the same indoctrination. And that only the people who was indoctrinated into the right religion, to the one that he has prescribed, those only one go to heaven. Come on, does that seem justified? Does it seem just like justice? And your Bible is clear. You're going to hell. The only way to heaven is through Jesus. It said Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, right?
Right.
So this idea that, there must be some other way. No.
So let's think about this for a second, because I want your view on this, right? So I was thinking about this topic because it's interesting that Jesus as a historical figure didn't appear until 1 AD, whatever, name it what you want. But yet you have Abraham, right? 2,000 years before or whatever, who believed God, and the scripture says that it was attributed to him as righteousness. So I guess he didn't have a Bible, right, like we do today. He didn't have a complete set of books. He didn't have a canon. So what made him righteous was his belief. So there's some basic, I don't want to call it intuition, but there was some sort of like belief in him in terms of God that caused him to be righteous, right? So like in that sense, I hear what you're saying. Like, we don't believe in Jesus. Like, now that we know his name and he's come and he's the only way, I agree with that. But for ancient peoples who wouldn't have known his name, the way to God is still through Jesus. They just didn't know his name. It's just that their faith was placed in God. Because remember, Jesus tried to try him ahead. It's where it gets complicated. I don't want to get too stuck in the weeds, but my whole point really is this: that in a time when there was no Bible, Abraham believed and he was still righteous before the eyes of God. So I think it's possible that there were other righteous people that we were not written about, or that we don't know about, or were aware of, right? Based on that same standard.
Based on that,
that's where it's tricky.
No, it's quite simple for me. Based on that standard, Abraham was seen righteous to the God Yahweh. That's it. He's just righteous to the God Yahweh. Whereas from the city that he came from, the city of Ur, was a Sumerian city.
Polytheistic. Yeah.
And in that city, I'm sure there was a man who was found righteous to the god Enlil. And there was another man who was righteous to the god Enki, and another one who was righteous to the god Anu. So righteousness, so in your worldview, it is God. But to Abraham, in his worldview, it is just to Yahweh, because Abraham, although not polytheistic in worshiping multiple gods, was henotheistic in recognizing and believing that other gods existed.
Right. Now, we can get into the weeds on. You said a lot of stuff that's good that I would like to, but I'm just going to try and stay focused here. So that's besides the point. Really, what I'm pointing to is that without the Bible, without a canon, without Jesus in ancient times, it seems to me that God would have some sort of way to speak to people, whether that's like this intuition that we have, this like ability to conceive morality or understand that something could have made this universe. There was something there that Abraham was able to conceive of that he could then believe, and he became righteous before the eyes of God, even if he didn't know all the attributes of God, right? So I guess what I'm saying is that I think that, and this is why I don't like evangelical Christianity sometimes, even though, I mean, I feel like American Christianity is a little bit off, especially now that it's been politicized. Don't want to get on that rabbit trail, but I just do think that God will judge fairly, and I trust that in His nature and who He is. And so, that's sort of my point. Is
but there's a conflict in what you're saying. All right, so you're saying that Abraham would have innately known, he saw something that he innately made him righteous to God, right? But that God also speaks to people in different ways. So while Abraham is being innately righteous to Yahweh, who he believes is God at that time, there is someone in someone in Egypt who doesn't know Yahweh, ain't never heard of Yahweh, but they are being just as righteous to Ra, and God spoke to them through Ra, so because they don't have the books and all that, right? So it was God speaking. It was the same God is speaking through Ra to that person who is a good person and a righteous person.
Yeah.
If that's in direct contradiction to how the Bible speaks even in the time frame of Abraham, because even in the time frame of Abraham, you only could worship that God. That was the only God you could worship. So he can't speak through other gods and the person be righteous to that other God and still be righteous to Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
That
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so so when people say that, like, oh, well, maybe God spoke to them, to the man on the mountain in Tibet, that would be in violation to what this guy teaches in his book. So it still just doesn't work. It's still intolerant.
This back to the beginning, but this is a good combo. It's really good. I like these kind of conversations. I was gonna say though, speaking on the henotheistic point of view, I think from the Christian worldview, we're not henotheists because we think those gods are like false or whatever. But in that sense, right? But we believe they're fallen angels, demons, whatever. But it is interesting.
In truth, you're polytheistic. But go ahead. I said, in truth, you're polytheistic.
Well, if you're talking about, do we believe there are other entities that we worship? That would make you polytheistic.
No, you're polytheistic because you worship us. Your Trinity makes you polytheistic.
Oh, gotcha. No, I disagree. There, but I don't want to get on the rabbit trail because we could. I know.
Yeah, I'm not going to get on that.
I've thought about these things. It sounds like we've both done a lot of good study. I like the conversation, but anyway, just to like taper it off, because I'm gonna go get some food real quick. I'll actually follow you. Come back. Yeah, it's a good conversation again. This is good. I really like you. You're really you have a good combo. You have good insight. I like it. You're not being disrespectful like a lot of these other panels. It's probably why you don't have like a swarm of atheists up here like clowning me, but I really appreciate that. It's always good.
Appreciate
how that goes, man.
I do. I appreciate it. Yeah, I get it. Sometimes I like it. Sometimes I don't. Depends on how it's being used. It's one thing to have a panel of people and certain people have certain expertise in certain things and you utilize them for that. I've seen others where it's just, for lack of a better term, it's just a gangbang. I don't follow those. I don't, and those
Okay,
people,
sorry.
yeah, but I get
Yeah.
it. It is good talking to you. You are different than
Yeah.
most Christians come on here and they are just rude, arrogant, and yelling, and they crash out. So,
And yeah, I mean, it all depends on how you lead the conversation. I feel like we were both at least engaging honestly, so that's what counts.
yeah.
Other times I think people get emotional about their position and they start clowning on people. It's like, all right, and what's the point? If it's gonna be a clown show, you can be the clown and I'll leave.
I understand. Now I know you said you got to go, but quick question: where are you located? You
Yeah.
said you left Mexico, you came to America. Where are you?
Yeah, I went to. So I live in Texas.
Where I figured. Where about in Texas?
Lubbock area.
Okay, that's the only reason I asked. I'm in San Antonio. That's why I asked.
Oh, let's go. So you know my culture, man. You know San Antonio's
Yeah.
littered with Latin culture.
Yes, it is. That's why there's a festival every goddamn weekend almost.
We know how to celebrate. You gotta admit that. We know how to celebrate.
I know, and they're preparing for, and I can never say it right. De la Melta. Say it.
Yeah, Dia de los Muertos. Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been to the one here. The one here is fantastic.
Yeah, that's what I love about my culture is it's so colorful, festive, just very communal. Like if you go to any sort of like Mexican celebration, it's it, man. We know how to get down. You know, that's always my favorite part about it.
Yep, we just had Fiesta. I think we're getting ready for Fiesta 2 or something. I just call Fiesta. It's something just they just call it Fiesta. I don't even know what it's about. And then right behind that is Day of the Day of the Dead. It's the Day of the Dead right there.
I'm sure you don't mind that Mexican food though.
Flantas? Yes.
Yeah. That's that good stuff.
It is. But I appreciate you, Luis. All right.
Yeah, of course, man. Good talking to you. We'll see you.
Good talking to you as well. Now, can't all Christians just have a good little general conversation like that? I know y'all been talking. There was somebody else in the waiting room, but see them anymore. I put the link up for Facebook and YouTube as well. Oh, yeah. If I wanted to go off topic with him, I definitely would ask about the merging, like Day of the Dead. How you having that in Christianity? Because they don't mix really. That is one of the things that when I went to Day of the Dead last year here in San Antonio, and then go and to go there, I'm like, but that's kind of anti-Christianity, unless it's Catholic. The Tower of Babel, I believe, is a metaphor. No, it's not. It is meant to be a literal story. That is how they are literally explaining how languages and different cultures and people came about after the flood story. But it is considered a literal story that never happened. That is an impossible story. Ooh, chupacabra. Ooh, I might need to go get a chupacabra. Friday, I'm gonna stop by this lounge who sells chupacabra cigars. Chupacabra is a good cigar. It happened while it's happening while we are there for your conference. The Day of the Dead, yeah, that's it. That would be some good in between. Because let's see, it's about if it's happening at the same time that we're having a meetup here in San Antonio, October 31st through November 2nd. If the Day of the Dead festivals are going on during that time frame, from the hotel that we have designated, it's about a 15-minute walk to the main area where all the main happenings are for the Day of the Dead in San Antonio. But you'll see people in costumes like everywhere. Barbados. What's up, Carlos? I always like to know what people are watching. All right. Wouldn't be affected even if it did happen. Verbal languages is not the only form of communication. Right. Yeah. If you talk about the construction of it, it wouldn't. See, my friend will be scared. That'd be cool. It's interesting. If you've seen Coco, it's a lot like Coco here in San Antonio for Day of the Dead. It's a lot like Coco. You're gonna see masks that are exactly like the ones you saw in Coco, and the little dolls and the shrines. I forgot what they call them, the fientas, winters, uh, whatever they call them. So Sherry, you are going to enjoy the Day of the Dead. Now, the Tower of Babel was about ego trying to ascend, but you have to ascend with spirit. And are you the same one? No, you're not. You're a different person. You can say that part. You can take a story about pride and pride out of it, which is what is often taught within that story in Christianity. But if you really delve deep into the story, then this guy is saying that he doesn't want man to work together. He doesn't want man to uh, be in one community. So from the beginning, he decided, 100 years after the flood, he decided that even though Noah was supposed to be righteous and his sons therefore are righteous because I allowed them to be saved as well, I'm going to start over the world with these people because everybody became so cruel. When man was working together in unity, he got jealous and insecure about a tower as just a mark of this. We have done this great thing. Look at how well we have worked together. We have worked in the community and built this. And he saw this as evil and then destroyed it and confused their language, which then separated man into all the different tribes. And from that separating of man into all the different tribes creates all the different religions, which now people are going to go to hell because this guy separated all of man. Instead of just tearing down the tower, but letting man still be unified so that man didn't separate and start worshiping other gods. You see how that God logic just don't work? How this God pretty much said, no, I want war. I want people worshiping other gods because if they all worship me, then I got to let them all into heaven. And heaven going to be crowded me. It's like the old song said, walking around heaven all day because you got plenty of room. If everybody stayed as one unified people, then this guy would have had to acknowledge this one unified people as his people, and then everybody gets to go to heaven or has the chance to go to heaven. But instead, he created a system where you don't, because an indoctrinated person in any religion from birth is going to follow that religion. And the reason why people try to say it's a metaphor, because they know, according to the timeline of history, the bullshit, the story is an impossibility. Right? It's an impossibility. It's kind of like Prometheus and Zeus. This is what Mello said: achieve great heights, not without me. It's like Zeus, Prometheus, and him and mankind. What? Don't be giving them wisdom and fire. And without me, I need them to stay dependent on me. I don't want to see them be able to do things on their own. Shit. They go and do things on their own, they won't need me no more. If they don't need me, then what am I supposed to do as this God? Right? That's all he's saying. What am I supposed to do if man don't need me like that? Now I need them to need me. So let me mess up their whole unity thing so that they can need me. But then, so why he didn't come back and destroy some other towers? Because ziggurats are not taller than what's that building called? The Empire State Building. All these other buildings got built, and if they were trying to reach the heavens, all these satellites should come crashing down. All these satellites should come. When me and my wife were sitting in the backyard in Wilmington, North Carolina, and we saw what's Elon Musk's little thing, Sat Link, Light Link, whatever link it's called, all that shit should have got knocked down. So this dude thought, you must not see the tower coming back, New World or Brexit. I am in favor of a one world government, fully in favor of a one world government. I'm better than this guy because I'm in favor of all of humanity working in unity with one another to provide for one another, to share with one another, to develop with one another, instead of us having wars with one another over resources. Starlink, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, when we saw the Starlink satellites going across, we were like, he should have knocked that shit down. He should have knocked that down. But in the story, were they actually, oh, I hit the wrong button, sorry. No, I didn't. I probably did. I don't think, so I know that, see, people, when they read this story, the only thing they want to focus on, because it's in Genesis 11, there's only one part that they want to focus on. And that is in verse 4. Then they said, come, let us build ourselves a city, a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we shall be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. Right? So they just wanted to make a name for themselves. Let the world, celebrate their unity. But Christians translate this into they were prideful and they were trying to become God and all this kind of stuff. But verse 6 is very telling about this guy. And the Lord said, look, they are one people, and they have all one language, and this is only the beginning of what they will do. Nothing they propose to do will now be impossible for them. Come, let us, talking about the Holy Council, let us go down and confuse their languages there, so that they will not understand one another's speech. This guy's whole point was that so that nothing will be impossible for them to do. This is a slave master's mentality. This is a dictator's mentality. I have to figure out some way to pit the people against themselves so that they can never achieve their greatest abilities. This is not the identification of a good God. This is not the identification of a secure God. This is the identification of a narcissistic, insecure God. All right, Kevin said, who was God talking to? It's that Holy Council. Christians are going to say, oh, he was talking to Jesus. See, that shows that Jesus was in the Old Testament thing. And in this way, this guy can go back to his thing with Abraham. I mean, not his thing with Abraham. This way, this guy can go to his thing in order to have a chosen people, so that those that chosen people, he can be intolerant towards everybody else. So he can have some people to send to hell, which is going to be the majority of the people are going to go to his hell, so that he can watch them cook for eternity. Right? That's his whole reason. Instead of man being, can you imagine living in a society where everybody is working together? Imagine that. Imagine what we'd be able to do in this world if we set aside our national identities, and we all just said we're earthlings. We would get rid of all the little political things that are in place to, make countries suffer. The idea of the UN, we would have a panel, a democratized system that would govern, and everyone would have their fair share, within that governance. Now, I know Some people are going to take advantage. There's always going to be some bullshit going on. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect, but it'll damn sure be better than the world we got right now. Did you see the book of Clarence? I sure did. I did a whole video and a live on the book of Clarence. Yep, did a video and a live on the book of Clarence. But the world will be a much better place. It'll take some adjusting. Y'all get to it. Y'all get used to it. But this story, it's a horrible story. And thankfully it's a lie. But look at what people derive from this story. And I'm glad, I think his name's Spinoza or something like that, made his comment. Because it demonstrates that Christianity is not a tolerant religion. It is not about love or any of those things. Five two.
Yeah. How you doing, man?
All right. Are you over 21?
Yes, sir.
And
9 years old.
are you a believer?
Yes, sir.
So you believe the Tower of Babel happened?
Yes, I do.
How can the Tower of Babel happen at a time frame when there were always, let me finish my statement. How can the Tower of Babel happen when there were already multiple languages spoken around the world during the time frame where it claimed that people were speaking one language?
You said it was already multiple religions. Is that what you said?
Well, I mean, I didn't say religions, I said languages, but sure, there were multiple religions around the world, even at that time.
Oh, multiple languages.
Yep.
Around what time are you talking about?
This story would have had to have happened, and I misspoke earlier. It would have had to have happened between 2500 BCE and 2400 BCE.
2500 BC. So you saying about 4,500 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
I would have to research exactly how far back it would be.
Well,
but I'll take your word for it.
Well, let's walk down the pathway of that. Based on biblical chronology, and we're gonna have some different, and I may be saying the numbers a little bit wrong as far as, okay, we'll get there. Let's just get there together. Based on biblical chronology, the Adam and Eve story happened around 4600 BCE. All right. When you go through this person begat that person, and they were this old when they begat that person, and they were this old when they begat that person. It goes back to about 4700 BCE. Right. The Noah story happens about 2000 years later, right?
About 2,000 years. I know it was like, yeah, we can say 2,000 years because they was looking a long time back there.
Yeah,
so
I mean, the biblical chronology puts it at about 2,000 years later, so that puts us around 2500 BCE. 2600 BCE puts us around that time frame.
Okay, so if you say the garden was in 4,500, then 2,000 years later, correct, it'd be 25.
Right, 2500 BCE. The Babylon, the story of the Tower of Babylon happens, according to the text, in the year of Peleg's birth, which puts it around 2400 BCE. 24 to 2500 BCE. If you're looking at Noah's story happened between 25 and 2600 BCE. So roughly.
So who? Oh, excuse me. Who is Peleg? Is he a son of Nimrod or something?
I forgot who his daddy is. It's just that the in Chronicles, it says that the separation of man happened in the year of Peleg. But I can tell you is.
So what is your evidence that it was more languages at the time?
Wait a minute, I mean, just answer your other question. Peleg is the son of Eber, who is a descendant of Noah through Shem.
Okay, Eber. Okay.
Yeah. Eber.
All right.
Yeah. Well, one is that we can go to Egypt and we can look at the hieroglyphics and we can date everything we can date 99% of the things in Egypt. And it shows that in Egypt in around 2500, that civilization was in existence and they had their own language.
Okay, well, do you trust carbon dating, radiocarbon dating? Because it's been proven that that's not an accurate science.
I trust it in as far as it can go, which even though I still disagree with some of the people who look at carbon dating, as far as I'm concerned, carbon dating can only go back about 13,000 plus years, so around 13,000 years. But what is even better is uranium dating. Uranium radiation dating, we can track that back for millions of years. Well, billions of years, actually.
Okay.
But it's not just that.
Well, I don't see the problem with it being dated back to 2500. If the Tower of Babel split the language around that time, it would make sense that they had a different language.
But the Egyptians had a different language before that time. Understand, the Old Kingdom
before
yes, the Old Kingdom, and that is during the time frame of the Old Kingdom, which is established between 2700 BCE to 2200 BCE, and their civilization was flourishing during that time frame. And
so you say give or take 100 years?
Well, that's just with the Old Kingdom. That's just with the Old Kingdom. You can go 1,000 years to the pre-dynastic Egypt, and they already was a nation. There was already settlements along the Nile. They already had leadership. They already had language.
Well, that's depending on some technology that I'm not 100% confident in, and also your interpretation of the times.
No, that's
because I don't really.
So you wouldn't trust your eyes?
I don't really know for sure.
You wouldn't trust your eyes? You wouldn't? Have you ever been to Egypt? Yeah, you ever been to Egypt? Have you ever seen Egypt? Have you ever seen Egyptian hieroglyphics?
Yeah, I've seen them before.
Okay, so with Egyptian hieroglyphics, you can always tell. You know how language is all. Can you mute yourself for just a second? Because that's loud. Okay. Oh, thank you. So if you go back 1,000 years prior to that, around 3500 BCE, what you have at that time frame is what they call an archaic version of the Egyptian language. But it was still an Afro-Asiatic form of hieroglyphics that was being utilized at that time frame. These hieroglyphics are very different from the cuneiform writings that were prevalent in the Sumerian Akkadian Empire in and around that same time frame. So we can see the difference between 3500 BCE Egyptian hieroglyphics and the 3500 BCE Akkadian cuneiform at that time frame. So just by comparing those two, we can see two different languages that were being utilized by Egyptians and by the Akkadians and Sumerians. So even though the Babylonians, they're not identifying what language was being spoken where the Tower of Babel was being constructed, which is Babylon, what we can see is that there are still two distinctive languages between those two people groups. So that in itself demonstrates the story is not true.
Well, I I read somewhere that the cuneiform version was used for everyday use, and the pictographic version was used for like royal use, like the tombs and stuff.
For who? Who are you talking about? Because the ancient Egyptians, they didn't use cuneiform. They didn't use cuneiform. The
Egyptians had two different forms of hieroglyphics.
Cuneiform.
One that was small.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was saying one was for everyday use.
Okay.
And one was
yeah, Egyptians didn't use cuneiform at all. Cuneiform is a Mesopotamian writing style. So that doesn't fit.
Well, it's two different hieroglyphics. I might have used the term cuneiform, but I'm sure. Well,
okay, that would be
I read in the book that was two different.
I mean, that would be besides the point.
I'm a little skeptical about some of the stuff.
That would be beside the point, because what I've just demonstrated is that you had two separate groups of people who was using two different languages in 1,000 years prior to this story happening. See what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, that's debatable, because I don't really agree with your timing, because how could you even know the time if it lined up with the Tower of Babel?
Well, so even if we didn't, you just brought out radiocarbon dating, but I also look at, there are many forms of dating. There's also sediment. You can use sediment dating. You can use geological dating. I talked about uranium dating. There are multiple forms of ways of dating when something happened or when things are going on. And even in the literature, the way the Bible is dated is through literature and through its own literature. So if that is acceptable, if we utilize the literature of the Sumerians, Akkadians, or the literature of the Egyptians, it's still all going to fit. The Egyptian literature lets us know who was king and what was going on during those time frame and how far back. And the same way that this person preceded this person who preceded this person, you can, the same way you do that with the Bible, you can do the same thing with the Egyptians to see who preceded who, and then, you know, count the years. And it's still going to go back to the fact that in around 3500 BCE, the Egyptians were speaking one language, the Sumerians were speaking another language. We can look at the history of China, and we'll see the different tribes of China, and we can do the same thing with them and see that they were speaking a different language as well, because they have history that go back that far. So we can see in different parts of the world that other people had other languages in the same time frame that the Bible is claiming this Babylonian story, this Tower of Babel story.
Okay, I'm not sure about the timing, but do you believe at any point in history?
Why are you unsure about the timing?
You say what?
Why are you unsure about the timing?
Because I got faith in the Bible. I believe the story of the Bible. I already told you that.
Okay, so so your only justification for the timing is simply because the Bible says so.
I mean that, and
so history don't matter.
Well, the history is debatable.
No, it's not. It's not debatable. You are just blinded by faith. Yours is faith-based. It's not factually based. So when did the Tower of Babel happen? In the history of man, when did the Tower of Babel happen? What year do you put it in?
Well, I don't know exactly what year. That's what I'm saying. I don't know about the time. I can't really put it in a year because the Bible is a little ambiguous, and And one way is say that a day to God is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is a day. And like in the creation story, you say on the first day, the second day, and all this.
No,
so it's to be interpreted.
No, you are misinterpreting all of that. What First Peter said, what is said in First Peter has absolutely nothing to do with what's happening in Genesis or any other time. The Hebrew word yom is being used. The Hebrew word yom, all throughout Genesis, means a 24-hour day. It has no other meaning. There is not one Hebrew scholar that will agree that the word yom in anywhere in Genesis means 1,000 years or a stretch of time. It always means a day, one day, 24 hours.
However, I'm not, my faith isn't dependent on the date. What day this happened and what day that happened. That's
Okay.
not what my faith is.
I mean, I can't argue your faith. If you believe it by faith, then there's no reason for us to have this conversation. Because your faith is going to always say this don't matter and that don't matter. And if facts don't matter to you, then we have nothing to talk about.
It's not that facts don't matter. I just don't know the facts.
No,
that's
facts don't
understandable. That we don't have much of a conversation.
Facts don't matter because even the facts of your Bible you misconstrue. First Peter says a day is like 1,000 years. So it's giving you it's being metaphoric about how God is outside of space and time in your belief. That time doesn't matter to your God. And he's outside of our universe because time has always existed within our universe, point blank, period. And we just relate time based on our revolutions around the sun and the spin of the earth. We just relate it that way. But time has always existed. So that First Peter was just placing your God outside of that time. It was not an indication of how we should measure time or how time is measured based on the Bible, right? So you don't care about the facts of how the language is actually meant in the time frame that the people who wrote it. So you don't care about facts. It's all just about your faith. And anything that goes against that, you're just going to say it's because of my faith.
That's not necessarily true. Was it creation? Was it narrative outside of time or within time? I can't tell you.
I can. It's within time. Your Bible says it, my guy. He says he utilizes the word yom, which means a 24-hour day. And it is inside of it is considered to be done. It is based on what it's saying. It is done inside of our matter space time. So therefore, it is within our understanding of time.
All right, brother. Well, how is it narcissistic though? What's the narcissistic part?
The narcissistic part is that this guy saw that if man was able to work together, then there's nothing that man would be able to accomplish, and so we wouldn't have a need for this God. And this is a motif that they might have learned from the Greeks or any other people group around them, that God has often punished people, or when they develop to a certain degree where they don't need or may not look to this God as much. And so this guy states it very plainly in verse 6 about how, and they will have all one language, and this is the only beginning of what they will do. Nothing they propose to do will be impossible for them. So the narcissism is the fact that this guy comes down and confuses man and take away their unity simply because he doesn't want man to be able to do things on their own, but always need to lean on him. That's a narcissistic point of view. That's that point of view. You sound like you're a black man, right?
Yeah, I'm a black American. Yeah.
So you know how it is a common thing that in Black culture, and it might happen in white culture, I don't know, where we'll see that mother who has a son, but she treats that son like that's her boyfriend, and she always interfering with anything he tries to do to outgrow her, because he wants him to always lean on her. This is the same, that's the narcissistic mentality. That's the same way this guy is treating those people at that time frame. I need you to always have to lean on me and not do things on your own.
I think that's the way you take it, because if you look at the story, the whole goal of these people building a tower was to attack God.
No, it wasn't. It doesn't say anything like that.
Yeah, they said.
What they say? No, what they say? You weren't here when I read it, so what do you think? You wasn't here when I read it, so what do you think they said?
Well, you got to line it up with the. It's a book. You ever read the book of Jasher?
I've read it, but it's not in your Bible. It's not in the canonized Bible, so I don't talk about it. And I haven't studied it because it's not part of the normal convention of Christianity. But what
it's mentioned in the Pentateuch, the Torah or whatever, the first 5 books.
Well, the first 5 books would be Genesis, but Jasher is not part of the Pentateuch.
Okay, well, however, the story in the Bible is that that Nimrod was going to build a tower to heaven and go up there and kill God. So that's what God was stopping them from, that insanity of thinking that they could do that. They were unified in doing something evil. It wasn't that God didn't want them to have their own thought. He just wanted them to think differently.
So you're saying that is in the book of Jasher?
The book of Jasher talk about how their goals when they went up there.
Okay, so
I think it's chapter 7, somewhere around there, something like that.
So
if you're not taking the apocryphal literature, just based on the Bible speaks on it.
The Bible doesn't speak on that at all. The Bible, and so that's what I'm saying. The Bible and the story of Babylon, the Nimrod is not mentioned in the story of Babylon. It doesn't say who the leader is. It doesn't give anything about that. In the story in Genesis 11, in chapter 11, verse 4, it says, "Then they said, 'Come, let us build ourselves a city, a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we shall be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.'" So when you look at the mentality of people back in those days, when you build a tower in the middle of the desert, it is like what's the thing on the water? It's like a lighthouse. So by having a tower that's built up to the heavens, it provides a lighthouse for the people to know where home is, so that they won't be scattered. And it says, "Otherwise, we shall be scattered abroad the face of the earth, of the whole earth." They're giving you their justification as to why they're building this tower, so that people will know where home is. So it says nothing about them trying to go and kill this god or anything about Nimrod concerning that.
The context of is before that, where it mentions Nimrod became a mighty hunter. I can't look it up right now because I'm actually walking. I'm not at home. I'm exercising or whatever, but it's the context is stated earlier before that scripture.
The context is stated earlier before that scripture.
Yeah, that Nimrod was the king of Babylon.
Okay, so
and that scripture kind of tells you that they were building a tower that was going to reach the heavens.
So in the prior to that, the only part prior to that mentions Nimrod is when they, in chapter 10, verse 6, when they go through the descendants of Ham. And as they're going through those descendants, when they get to verse 8, it said Cush became the father of Nimrod. He was the first on the earth to become a mighty warrior. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Therefore, it is said, like Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord. In the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, Erech, Akkad, Calneh, in the land of Shinar. From the land he went into the Assyrians and built Nineveh, another city, Rehoboth, Kala, and Resen. Between Nineveh and Kala, that is a great city. Okay, so it just says that he was a king. He was like this mighty hunter, and that he established the first empire, which most biblical scholars are saying that Nimrod is really just them taking Sargon, Emperor Sargon, from the Sumerian Akkadian king, and the one who built the first empire, and they're utilizing Nimrod in place of Sargon in this story, because all of these attributes are the attributes of Sargon, who came like thousands of years before Nimrod ever came, before this story.
Yeah, from my understanding, the Sumerians, that's a different than Babylonians. Babylonians, like you said, they were before.
They were well before Babylon. Yeah, they were well before the Babylonians, and it's Sargon who establishes the cities of Nineveh and Akkad and all those places. Like archaeology demonstrates that it was under Sargon's rule that those places were established.
Well, archaeologically, you can find stuff in Babylon too. Babylon is, I think it's Iraq or Iran.
It's Iraq.
One of those.
It's Iraq.
Iraq, yeah, Iraq. Yeah, this is where Iraq was. Well, it is now.
Mm-hmm.
And they built a lot of stuff on top of those things, but they did do some, on top of those sites, but they did do some archaeology, you can see.
Yeah, and in 1990, when we went into Babylon, when we went to Baghdad, which is modern day Babylon, and we raided the museums and we raided most of his houses and castles, we found like thousands upon thousands of tablets, and those tablets coincide with the over 250,000 tablets that were found in Nineveh when Nineveh was discovered, and all of them indicate that Sargon was the one who was the builder of Akkad, who was the first emperor. And we've known that since like the 1800s. We've known that from other findings way back then. So Nimrod didn't build anything. They're giving him credit for what someone else did who was an Akkadian. And even though Sargon was over the Sumerian Akkadian Empire, Sargon himself was an Akkadian, whose story, his birth story, by the way, was that his mother floated him down the Euphrates River, and a baker of the king found him. That baker made him his son. He grew in his military power under that king and became like his first general, and then went out and became king. So you see what that, you hear what I'm saying, right?
Well, all of those stories is talking about the same person. Tammuz, Sargon, Nimrod, whatever you want to call them. It's different languages.
Right.
After the Tower of Babel.
No, this is all happening before the Tower of Babel. That's what I'm saying.
No, all it's different languages that we find in the archaeological evidence now.
And
that was after the Tower of Babel.
Nope. All of this was
saying that's talking about the same people.
Think about what you're saying now. Think about what you're saying. If Nimrod's story is talking about Sargon's story is thousands of years before the Tower of Babel, and they were speaking a different language. Sumerian itself is a different language than Akkadian. Like Akkadian is a Semitic language. Sumerian is not an Akkadian language. This is why the different gods, you can be talking about the same God, but they have different names. One name would be the Sumerian name, the other name would be the Akkadian name.
Okay, well, we're reading about the Bible in English all these years later. They're talking about history.
No, they're not. They're stealing people's history, but as we just demonstrated with Nimrod and Sargon, but this is happening before Babel. Think about what you said. If Nimrod and Sargon are the same person, right? Sargon happens before the Tower of Babel. And Sargon speaks Akkadian.
According to the Akkadian. Okay, if you read the Bible,
you're muffled. You're muffled. Can't hear you.
I said that is a account by those people. We read the Bible in English.
What does that make? That makes no sense. They were.
We're reading about Jesus in English.
What?
Right now. Just because our Akkadians wrote about Nimrod and called him Sargon.
No, it's reversed. It's reversed. The Akkadians wrote about Sargon. The Israelites wrote about Nimrod, wrote about Sargon and called him Nimrod. It's opposite. The Akkadians are well before the Israelites ever wrote anything.
Well, that's your faith. You believe in
that. I don't know.
Nope.
I don't have a faith.
Whatever you believe
don't try to put that on me. I don't believe in it.
You wasn't there, brother. You wasn't there, so you accept on all that by faith.
Were you there?
No, I told you how this is my faith.
Right.
I told you I'm accepting my faith.
No, I actually accepted by the fact of what we found. Information that we found. It's information we found. This is what those people said. This is how they wrote. It's one thing to say, oh, the story, but I'm talking about the language. They wrote it in a different language. So they had a different language. That's a fact. That's not faith. Whether or not Sargon floated down a river, I don't believe that. I care less as well, but I don't believe it. I don't think that's how he came to be king. But they wrote it. What we do know as a fact is that they wrote it in a different language than Proto-Hebrew. So they didn't speak Hebrew. And they wrote it in two languages. As a matter of fact, they wrote it in Sumerian and they wrote it in Akkadian. And both of those languages are different languages that were utilized in one empire. The same way the Romans used Greek and Latin in their same empire is the same way that the Sumerian Akkadian Empire used Akkadian and Sumerian. These are just different languages. And we have facts of the language written down. So I'm not walking by any kind of faith whatsoever.
However, it's another account wrote in a different language. That's all I'm saying. But all these accounts. That's how history is formed.
Before
evidences.
Okay, I can't talk to you.
Back up.
You're being intellectually dishonest right now. You're being intellectually dishonest. Because if they wrote in two different languages prior to the story of Babel, then that nullifies the story of Babel. So you're putting faith in something you know is a lie. Because the world did not speak one language.
So So you don't believe the world spoke one language at one point in history at all?
No, that
So
is. I don't believe it because it's factually proven that it's never happened.
that's not true. If all life originated in one place, then everybody is speaking the same language.
Where did all life originate?
Scientifically in Africa.
Okay. Where in Africa? Because you would have to pinpoint the exact location that all life originated out of Africa to be able to say that all of them spoke the same language. If you do go by that all human life originated out of Africa, then you would have to show that the hominids that are Homo sapiens, the us, that we all come from there was a first tribe, and that was the only first tribe of Homo sapiens. Now, what we do know scientifically, though, since you want to say that, is that Homo sapiens and Neanderthals existed at the exact same time. But Neanderthals did not exist in Africa. And Africa is a big ass continent. So
sub-Saharan Africa, like the top of South Africa, I forget exactly where, but Neanderthals went extinct. So Neanderthals not even a part of the equation scientifically.
They're part of the equation when we're talking about language and people's development of the humanoid, because Neanderthals were existing at the same time that Homo sapiens were existing in Africa. Neanderthals were then bred out for the most part by when they came into contact with Homo sapiens, when Homo sapiens began to migrate out of Africa.
Hey, bro, I'd love to have this conversation, but I gotta go, man. It's about to get real loud.
All right, appreciate it. I can't. That's an impossibility. But you have a great day, though. That to me was intellectually dishonest. One, you say you don't use history, and then you're trying to use history. Then you want to use evolution, but you want to believe in your Bible. Doesn't work. Then you say that these stories were written in different languages. These different languages were before the Tower of Babel, but then you want to say that it was the Tower. Make up your mind. On to the next person. Stephen.
What's going on, Doc? What's going on?
How you doing, man? I know you over 21.
Yeah, 55. All the way.
55. I can't. Look, I gotta wait 1 year and a couple of days, and then I'll be able to say I'm 55. I've been waiting to say I'm 55 for a long time. Somebody said it in a movie a long time ago, and I've always been infatuated with 55. But what are your thoughts on the Tower of Babel?
Well, let's see. The Tower of Babel, as I understand it, it was used, I mean, it was built so that people can travel to heaven and try to take it over, whatever, how it goes. But they're saying that they said that it was modern day technology was symbolic of what was to come concerning what we own now, social media.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you know how the people at the Tower of Babel got divided up and they all spoke different languages, and they went their own separate ways, and we do speak different languages. Like one people speak Spanish, another one speaks Hebrew, another one speaks Arabic, so forth and so on. So, and we don't look alike as far as color wise, but we all got two ears, 2 eyes, nose, mouth, you know, different ethnicity, but we are human beings. But you know what I'm saying? But it's symbolic, as I understand it to be, social media, you know, because they could. Nobody's taking the time out to build the Tower of Babel from the ground up to heaven now these days. So they do it electronically. That's what I, you know, have been taught. You know, so.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's like all over the place. Do you think that this story is true? Do you think this story is true?
Well, yeah, because I actually, one thing man desires to have is control, and so a lot of men have been seeking out for control for a long time, but the Holy Bible talks about, you know, different individuals coming together to unite to have control of the world, and that's part of prophecy. So, and even by just a gesture of looking at them coming together to take over the airwaves of what we know to be the airwaves, which of course the devil is in control of that. You know,
okay,
he gets the
let's
what they call it, the pressing the power of
wait,
that. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, stop, you preaching. I ain't doing that. You said that the Tower of Babel was built by Nimrod because he was trying to kill God. The same thing the first caller was saying. Where do you get that? Because it's not in your Bible.
Well, I did read the book of Jasher too.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, inside of the 66 books, first 66 books, it says that they built the Tower of Babel so that they could go to heaven.
Nope, that is not why they built the Tower of Babel in the Bible. Had nothing to do with going to heaven. It said that the top of the tower will reach the heavens, but it never said anything about them trying to go to heaven or fight God or anything like that. They said it so that the people will be able to make their way home because it'll be a tower that they can see. It's like a lighthouse in the middle of the desert. You want me to read?
You know what?
You want me to read it again?
I did say that to the other brother. You know, so I never thought of it like that though.
Well, I mean, that's what it says. It says that they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, this is the reason. Otherwise, we shall be scattered abroad the face of the whole earth." So they are saying that the only reason they're building this tower in this city is so that they don't get scattered all over the earth. And if you think about a tower, you can see that from a distance. So you, no matter if you're north, south, east, or west, you will be like, home is that way. Because they say so that we don't get scattered upon the face of the earth. Now, the book of Jasher is considered non-canonical. Now, so that's the only way you get the whole Nimrod and all that kind of stuff, which is amazing to me because I have heard pastors teach that in church, but I'm like, you can't show that in church. You got to jump through some hoops in order to show that based on what you have in your canonical Bible, because Genesis 10 just says Nimrod was a mighty hunter and he established the first empire.
Yeah. Well, you know that. I mean, concerning. I know I hear you saying that they say it's not canonical, but you know the Roman Catholic Church, the papacy, they took that book out, the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees.
Nope.
You know, so many books out that. I mean, who can say that they're not canonical?
Nope.
Can.
Okay, so I know people like to, and I'm not a fan of the Catholic Church, but I know people like to jump on the Catholic Church about that. But the Catholic Church never took those books out of the Bible, of what you consider the Bible, because the Septuagint never had them in there. Well, no, my bad. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me retract that. Let me retract that because I might be wrong about that. Let me check because that might have been. Let me see something real quick because I know I just thought about there are books in the Septuagint that are not in the Bible. So let me make sure before I say that because I could be wrong. I think okay. I wanted it to just give me a damn list of the books in the Septuagint. So I might need to ask the question a little bit differently. Wait, is this a list? I'm scrolling down this list and I do not see the book of Jasher. But let me just ask the question straight out. No, so the book of Jasher is not in the Septuagint, right? So it wouldn't have been a Catholic Church that took it out of it, took the book of Jasher out of the Septuagint. The book of Jasher would have never been in the Septuagint. So when Christians started to put their Bible together, they would not have the Septuagint wouldn't have been part of it, which means that the so-called 72 Jewish elders who put the Septuagint together, they didn't include it into the Bible. So the Catholic Church has nothing to do with it.
Oh, well, I believe they did took some books out though.
Oh, certainly there were some books that they decided that they didn't take them out. They just did not include them. So like the books in the Nag Hammadi library were simply just not included into their book. They were never in their book. The book of Enoch was just not included. It was never in their book. I mean, it was never taken out because it never was included in the book in the first place. So Athanasius, after the Council of Nicaea, Athanasius kept publishing what he thought should be the Gospels. So he thought the Septuagint, Old Testament, and then he listed the books that he thought should be the Gospels. After about 25 years, 25, 29 years, then those books became the accepted books in the Bible. But he wasn't the first. Marcion had put together his own canon hundreds of years before Athanasius was doing this. And Marcion's books didn't include all the same books that are in the Bible now, close, but not all the same ones. So it's the compilation which becomes the canonized Bible isn't so much about the Catholic Church trying to do this or trying to do that. It's the fact that Athanasius was the main one who decided what books were going to be in there, and he was a bishop he was the bishop in Alexandria, Egypt. So it was they just followed along him. The Catholic Church then did have a separate group of books that were very popular amongst people, which is known as the Apocrypha. And the only reason the Protestants took the Apocrypha out is one, Martin Luther thought they shouldn't be a part of it, and then two, it cost too much to print it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
But as far as Joshua, as far as the Tower of Babel, what's in the book of Jasher was not even accepted by Second Temple, because it would have been Second Temple Judaism that put the Septuagint together. Second Temple Judaism didn't accept the book of Jasher. So Nimrod trying to kill God or build a tower to get to God is an invalid story. I haven't gotten into it yet, but the another area where the story could have possibly been taken from is the fact that while they were under Babylonian captivity, they would have heard the story of Marduk fighting a war against his uncle Enlil, And in that war, Enlil blew up what was considered Marduk's communication tower, which would have been a ziggurat, in order for, because if you know a thing, you know, if you understand military tactics, if you can disrupt the communication of your enemy, then they can't coordinate their attacks on you. But according to the Babylonian story, Enlil destroyed Marduk's communication tower in order to defeat Marduk, in order to try to defeat Marduk's army. Marduk still wins, but that's part of the Babylonian story. And since they would have been under that captivity for 70 years, it is quite reasonable that they would have heard that story, knew that story, and then modified it within their Tower of Babel story. Because if you think about it, if you disrupt the communications, you can't coordinate your attacks.
Yeah, I remember reading about the ziggurat. Yeah, that's that was, as a matter of fact, that is something that Nimrod had built in this day, you know.
Actually, nothing in the canonized Bible says that Nimrod built a ziggurat. And ziggurats were built, every ziggurat that has ever been built was based on the belief of Babylonian, Assyrian, and Akkadian Sumerian gods. There was never a ziggurat built for Yahweh. Yahweh requested a box be built for him, and then a tent to be built for him, and then a temple. And that temple in no way is related to the construction of a ziggurat.
Oh, okay. Well, you but here's a question I got for you. Like, okay, what do you have to say about true history and its exactability concerning from the beginning to the end by, true history lining up with the word of God? Like, let me give you an example. Like, okay, like, okay, here we go. Okay, you know, Abraham, okay, he put the wood on Isaac's back. Okay, the wood that he put on Isaac's back, it's symbolic of the tree that they put Joshua on. So it was really prophecy concerning what was going to happen future-wise concerning Joshua. You know, how they was going to hang him on the tree, like you know, unalive him on, you know.
You saying, what do I think about that?
Yeah, what you got to say about? Because I mean,
I think that is Christians doing mental gymnastics in order to facilitate their story. The Abraham and having Abraham having Isaac carry the wood and then not sacrifice him has absolutely nothing to do with the Jesus narrative, nor is it, and it's not a prophecy anyway. It's just telling you the story of how something happened. So if it was a prophecy, then it would have to proclaim itself with prophetic language, and it never does. Right? It never say, and in this way the Messiah will be, you know, sacrificed, and this is an example of what is to come. It's just telling you the story of exactly how the narrative around Abraham doing this to his son, which is cruel as fuck.
Yeah, but you know, and I get the revelation like that everything that God allows to happen, okay, beforehand it's acted out. You know what I'm saying? Just like how that when in the book of Jasher, the story goes, they were trying to unalive Abraham, and they were unaliving babies, just like how King Herod was unaliving the babies to try to get to the one that they felt was a threat. So Abraham, at the story of Jasher, he was a threat, and so Abraham was symbolic of Joshua. You know what I'm saying, as a baby. So
this sound like some stretching.
well,
It's stretching, it's grasping at straws in order to put this story, put Jesus into the Old Testament, right? And that doesn't work at all, because you have to ignore things in order to put Jesus into the Old Testament. Like all it says so for instance, what you were saying earlier, all it says about Isaac and carrying the wood, it just says that Abraham put the wood on Isaac. He laid it upon Isaac to carry. It doesn't tell you how he carried it. It doesn't say he put it on his back. He could have carried it in his arms. He could have carried it on his back, but he could have carried it on his arms. We have no idea. But in order to make it sound Jesus-y, then we're going to say that he put it on his back, right? So no, these are mental jumps. And then to say, oh, Abraham is an archetype of Yahweh, it's just making the story fit into your narrative. And then and you got to ask the question, if that's the case, why did the Hebrew people, the Israelites, say that the book of Jasher, even though it's quoted in other books, but why did they say the book of Jasher is non-canonical, is not God inspired?
well, because I guess they feel that it's not. I guess they feel something about it that's wrong. So I guess that's why they didn't accept it.
Yeah. And we don't even really know what's in the book of Jasher. You only have certain quotes and things like that. There's no text of the book of Jasher in existence.
Well, I mean, if it's not, it surely talks about it in the book of Joshua.
People talk about it. So which shows that at different time frames, people thought that this book was scripture. And then later on, it goes out of favor of being scripture. And you can say that about a bunch of different books, whether it's Enoch, Jubilees, all these different books. People thought that that was the word of God. And then later on, they say it's not the word of God. So who is to say that what you believe today is the word of God? 1,000 years from now, it's very plausible that people will say, oh, the book of Matthew, that's not the word of God. Oh, the letters of Paul, those are not the word of God. And then 1,000 years from now, people will be like, nah, that shit written by Paul was not the word of God. We've authenticated it. We did more research on it, and it's just simply not. So we don't believe in it anymore. And then your Bible will be different. But 1,000 years from now, there'll be somebody who said, well, no, they took them books out the Bible.
Well, okay, what you got to say, like, okay, if the Holy Bible is, if it's not, if it has fault about it, then why are they working to change it? So much. I mean, because they chaining up this book, that book, and you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just some crazy stuff going on, man.
Well, it's not because it's the truth. The Bible and any religious book, every religious book has been molded to fit whatever the power structure, whatever the culture is of the time frame. I mean, that's what I just explained. The book of Enoch was very popular from 2nd century BCE up until about 4th century CE. Very popular book. But then after the 4th century, in around the 4th century, that book started falling out of favor. Because whoever was in charge of the religion, whether government or civilian, whoever was in charge of the religion started to phase out that book because of either political reasons or cultural reasons or scholastic reasons. They start phasing those things out. So that's just a natural thing that happens within every religion with every religious book, which demonstrates that all of this is man-made, man-driven, man-controlled.
Yeah. I know where you're going with that. Okay, like say like we look at the papacy, right? And it's like, okay, the Roman Catholic Church, the papacy, they got this man over there. He's the man they call the Pope. He comes out, you know, he is therefore coming out with different things, holding this stick up with this man on it, and they say it's the Christ on the cross, and he's on the cross hanging down, and he's holding up, and you know he's just showing forth what he feels that's in the Holy Bible and appealing to the people, and the people are just going for what it is that they feel that he's right, instead of consulting God. And you know, and they just going to this one man. They feel, I guess they feel he's so close to God that how can he miss? You know, but what I'm getting at is that he comes out and he puts on this front like he's, you know, so for God that, hey, look, you can't lose with me. You know, I'm spot on. This, this, and so he exercises his control. I mean, the control over the people to make them think, hey, look, this is how it is. You don't like it, that's on you. If you like it, all right, we accept you. You know what I mean?
Okay, so how is that any different from Martin Luther, who started Lutheranism?
Well, Martin Luther, as I understand it, he was part of the papacy at one particular time, until he found out the real name of the Christ, and he was like, y'all been lying. Okay, and he packed up his bags and left.
No, he didn't find out the real name. He didn't find out the real name.
The papacy, they tried to unalive him because he found out the real name of the Christ.
That is not what he did. He tried to reform the Catholic Church. One of his main things was that they were selling indulgences and they were teaching other doctrines. But finding out the name of Jesus, I've never read or seen where Martin Luther makes that statement in his writings. I've seen people claim that, but I've never seen Martin Luther himself in his writings claim that. But my point was, but the point is, there's no difference between the Pope and Martin Luther. There's no difference between the Pope and King Henry VIII. There's no difference between the Pope and John Calvin. There's no difference between the Pope and John Wesley. There's no difference between the Pope and John Smith. All these people created different variations of Christianity based on their interpretations of certain parts of the Bible or doctrines of the Bible. And so, and it's still happening today, and it will continue to happen, where people keep they read the Bible, they get them a different interpretation, think that they've had some revelation, and then they go out and they start an organization based on it, right? So a lot of emphasis, and I'm not defending Catholicism at all, but a lot of emphasis goes to the Pope because he's the biggest dude on the hill, and people want to knock the biggest dude on the hill off the hill. But all these religions, all these different denominations, 42,000 of them of Christianity and counting, are all doing the same thing. They're taking this book and they're making it fit however they wanted to make it fit, irregardless of if the book even says what it says. They are making it fit in order to create their own version of Christianity. Pope ain't no different than anybody else who's doing the same thing.
Well, how do you feel about what was carried out against Martin Luther King Jr., Medgar Evers, and Malcolm X?
What, assassinating people who was trying to change the culture? That happens all the time.
Yeah, they was coming forward and they was working to, for some things to change. How do you feel about the powers that be, as the story goes, the powers that be, you know, they felt that those three individuals were actually more than a threat. So where do you stand at on all that?
I mean, I stand personally that it's wrong. When I step back from my own personal feelings and thoughts on it, then it is purely power never gives up power without fighting back. So the American power structure was not going to give up power without fighting back. And so if what you got to do is kill the messenger. So they kill the messenger.
But do they unalive the messenger because he or she is more than a threat?
No, they do it.
Or just because?
No, if you're a threat, they're going to, then you will be challenged. But
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously it must be that they are more than a threat, though. I understand them being a threat, but to be more than one,
okay.
that's another story.
I mean, that's just human nature, no matter who you're looking at. So I don't really see the point that you're trying to get at. I mean, that's just what people do. You know, companies do it to other companies.
The point is that to me, they felt that those three individuals were more than a threat because they didn't want the how can I say it, the spiritual climate to change, because they were afraid of the truth coming forth. You know.
Okay, but I don't know what spiritual truth that Martin and Malcolm and Megger was talking about that would coincide with that. Because even though I respect them for standing up for the civil truth of what they were trying to bring, none of them were bringing any spiritual truth.
Well,
if you say they were bringing spiritual truth, Martin and Malcolm were not talking about the same spirituality.
That's true.
So it's no spiritual truth. It is a.
But they were agreeing to have like peace among one another, love among one another, joy among one another.
No. Malcolm was saying separation. Y'all live over there, we gonna live over here. As long as y'all don't bother us, we ain't gonna bother you. But if you bother us, we gonna fuck you up. Martin was saying, let's all live kumbaya and hold hands. They not talking the same thing. They weren't speaking of the same thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So there is no such thing as a spiritual truth. There is only spiritual perspectives of truth. Right? And different people have their own different spiritual perspectives of what true is and what's not true. And that's why we have all these different religions. And these people who are writing these stories in the Bible, they think that they are writing a spiritual truth that is for them. And they are being isolated and intolerant because they think it is only for them. This is why they don't mind stealing Sargon's story and adding it to Nimrod and naming him Nimrod. But in their story, they never said that they were trying to attack this God. Because I'm gonna bring us back to the subject matter. They was never trying to attack this God. They just didn't want to get lost as a people.
All right, man. Well, all right. You know, it's been real. Hopefully we talk again.
All right. Look forward to it.
All right, man. Take care, man.
You take care.
All right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't think that person may not still be in the waiting room there. Billy D. Billy D. Billy D. Billy D got too much noise in the background. I don't think he knows he's on. Might have been an accident. We just gonna go ahead and quell that one. Get that one out of there. Billy D, if you're still listening, you had a bunch of background noise, and I called you out. Well, a couple times for you to come onto the show, but you didn't say anything, so I'm assuming it was an accident, and you didn't mean to click on to try to be on the live. On here. So I see y'all over here having y'all own conversation on TikTok, on Facebook, and YouTube. So I don't know what y'all talking about. Hero said Tower Babel is a lie because they say they have an international space station that God accepts. Right, they're gonna take down the Tower of Babel, but he's gonna leave the space station up there. Yeah, trying to make this Bible fit, trying to fit Jesus. That's the big thing now. That people have been trying to fit Jesus into the Old Testament. Jesus doesn't fit in the Old Testament. As soon as you try to fit him into the Old Testament, you're going to run into issues and problems. So it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work at all. Oh, what's today's date? Today's the 9th. Did anybody get raptured? Did anybody get raptured? Because Brother Joshua said that he changed the date to the 8th and the 9th. And did anybody get raptured? Anybody seen Brother Joshua? You know, I was telling Brother Joshua, if he saw the video made by it, that he needs to disappear and then reappear all majestically and say that the rapture was only for him, and now he got the true knowledge and true word of God. And then he makes some money that way, because then he can say that he got the true, and he's supposed to be here to get everybody ready for the real one. That was a mini rapture. That's what I would have done. I'm just saying. If I had a large Christian following, I would predict the day of the rapture, and then when it doesn't happen to everybody else, I would disappear majestically, and then I would come back down majestically, have it recorded, and then I'd be like, yes, I was raptured up. And I spoke to Enoch, and I spoke to Elijah, because they were the only other ones who were raptured up. I saw Jesus, and yeah, they told me what we need to do to get ready, because Jesus is coming back, and now I'm here to get y'all ready. That's what I would have done if I was him. I would have did that shit. Host wants to be a hireling. What the hell is a hireling? One Heaven.
What's up, man?
How you doing?
You like you having a good time trolling the Christians.
I'm not trolling them. They're coming on my page, sir. You're over 21, right?
For sure.
All right. Are you a believer?
What does that mean to you?
You believe in a God?
Of course.
What?
I can create the sun.
Which God?
It's only one God, like.
Okay. Based on what belief?
Based on the creation. It's only one God that can create a sun.
Where does that creation come from? Does it come from the Bible? Does it come from the Hopi Indians? Does it come from Wiccan? Where does your creation? Does it come from Norse mythology, Egyptians? Where does your creation come from? You know what I'm saying.
No. The creation that I'm living in comes from words that God spoke.
So is that from the Bible perspective?
The Bible is a book, but it also has a witness in the Bible that tells you that through words, God created all things.
So why didn't you just say you believe in the God of the Bible?
Because God is outside of the Bible.
But you're basing it on the Bible.
The Bible is a witness to this God.
So is the Vedics a witness to this God?
The what?
The Vedas. The Vedas.
How do you spell that?
Shit, I don't know how to spell Vedas. It's
Like
it's longer than that. It's a long ass word. It's some of the Hindu writings.
Oh, the Vedas.
Yeah, the Vedas.
Are they human?
What did I say? The Vedics? Yeah, I did say the Vedics. Sorry, I mispronounced it.
Are they human?
Are who human? Hindus? Yeah. Okay. You're avoiding. You're avoiding. So basically the only book that you establishing your belief in a God is the Bible, right? You don't read other books.
No, I don't got to, because the Bible is complete. It's infallible.
So why do y'all do this?
Who are y'all?
Y'all.
Talking to me?
I'm talking to you.
Yeah, talk to me.
But there's a group of y'all who want to do this mystical bullshit.
I'm not part of any group.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. I didn't say that you are a part of a group. I'm saying there is a group of y'all, a mindset of people that sit up here and they come on and they want to go all the way around a circle instead of just cutting a straight line. When I asked you about the God that you believe in, and I said it was based on the Bible, all you had to say was yes, because it's based on the Bible. So you believe in the God of the Bible. It's really simple. It's a simple statement. It's not
that's one way to scare a cat. Yeah, that's one way to scare a cat.
I'm not trying to put you in a trap or nothing like that. It's just you believe in the God of the Bible. Because I needed to have a basis, a foundation in order for us to have this conversation. Because if you believe in the God that the Ifa teaches, and that's your idea of God, then we go from an Ifa point of view. So all that God who created the sun, shit, that's Ra. Ra created the sun.
Ra? Did you see Ra do that?
Did you see anybody else do it?
The word of God did that.
The word of Ra said he did it.
You mean that half bird, half man?
Yeah, that fire. You talking about that pillar of fire walking around in a cloud, living inside of a box, God, from the Bible?
No, I'm saying
you did it.
No, I'm saying when in creation have you ever seen a half man with a bird head?
The same time frames that I saw a fire pillar coming down from the heavens.
You know what that means?
We ain't never seen that.
Imagination of seeing fire come from the sky. When have you ever seen that?
The same time frame I've seen a half bird, half man. It's all imaginary.
Birds are not imaginary. God created those.
God created a half bird, half man.
No, you said Ra. Ain't that a half bird, half man?
Yeah.
Humans did that.
Yeah, and humans did the whole fire in heaven thing. Fire's coming down from heaven thing too.
When have you ever seen it?
Never. When have you ever seen a half bird, half man?
I've seen a bird and I've seen a man.
When have you ever seen a half bird, half man?
You said Ra. Isn't that what Ra is?
Have you ever seen? See, this is the thing y'all do that is so just dishonest. You've never seen a pillar of fire from the sky, and you've never seen a half bird, half man. Why is that so hard to say?
Because you said Ra.
Have you ever seen a half bird, half man? Not, I seen a bird, I seen a man. Have you ever seen a half bird, half man walking around?
Not walking around, but I've seen hieroglyphics depicting that.
And I've seen pictures depicting of fire from coming down from heaven. There's no there's no difference.
That means destruction.
That means that a man, did a man draw it?
In Egypt, yeah, they all over the wall.
No. Did a man draw the pillar of fire coming down? I ain't say shit about it, Rob. Did a man draw a pillar of fire coming down?
Oh, fire from heaven represents destruction.
Did a man fucking draw it, dude? Quit doing this bullshit. Really? Are you that afraid? Are you that scared? I'm just a dude on a fucking camera in San Antonio, and I'm pretty sure you are nowhere near me like I'm gonna come and beat the shit out of you. Are you that freaking afraid that you can't even answer a simple question?
I'm in Temple, Texas.
I don't even know what the fuck that is, and everywhere in Texas is 4 to 6 hours away. But do you? So you hit a troll.
No, you thinking that?
No, that's what you're doing. Because you can't answer.
You judging me based off what you think?
I'm sure I'm judging you based on your actions. You cannot answer a simple question. I asked a very simple question. I've seen pictures of people drawing. I've seen pictures of heaven, fire coming from heaven. The same way you've seen pictures of a half bird, half man. Did a man draw both of them?
Let's just cut to the chase. Fire from heaven represents destruction on the earth.
We're gonna cut to the chase.
That's,
Bye. Bye. That's cutting to the chase. Bye. Deuces. Wherever the hell Temple, Texas is, have fun in Temple, Texas. Oh my gosh. Y'all, how do y'all claim to be spiritual believers in this bullshit, but y'all cannot be intellectually honest about a damn thing? I ask a very simple. We can't even get into a conversation if you can't answer a basic fucking question. I answer your basic ass questions. Why can't you answer a basic damn question? What up, Curtis? Curtis.
Hey, buddy, what's up?
What's up, Curtis? How you doing?
Doing good. I don't know how I popped up on here. I don't know how this works. Just sitting there going through my phone.
Oh,
heard you guys.
You might have hit it by accident. You might have. It's easy to hit the request button by accident on TikTok.
Did I? Nothing. I was just sitting there listening to you and that guy stood around your person, and I just popped up.
Oh yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You could be like this lady Sherry. Sherry will have the phone in her pocket, and then it'll just hit the request just being in her pocket. She ain't even gotta do nothing. She do that.
Oh, okay.
She do that all the time. She do it all the time.
Man. I don't know what it might do.
Yeah, so ain't no telling why it popped up. And then when I see it pops up, then I go ahead. So you wasn't trying to be on the show.
Like that other stuff we were talking about.
Yeah. So you weren't trying to be on the show.
That's okay. Let's go with it.
All right.
See what I can do.
So what do you know what you were listening to? I ain't gonna go into the subject matter yet. You were listening to me and that previous guy, right?
Temple, Texas, beauty.
Yeah. What is so hard about why do you think these believers have such a difficult time? Oh, well, excuse me, are you a believer?
I believe in a higher power.
Okay. You believe in a higher power based on what? Based on the Bible? Based on
someone or some being started all this shit, man.
Okay. Do you allocate that being to any of these religions?
So many of them, man. It's hard to believe that. So many of them. You know, I was born and raised in the church. Don't hang out at the church like I used to. You know. Most times now, when I'm in the church, it's for a funeral. I stopped going to so many of them, man, because it's getting to get too loaded for funerals, man. People leaving here, you know.
How old are you?
I'm 74.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, I'm starting to get there where you're starting to hear about everybody you grew up with starting to pass on. So it seems like there's more funerals than birthdays or anniversaries.
Yes, sir.
So I understand what you're saying. Ain't quite there yet, but I understand what you're saying. So you grew up believing in the God of the Bible, but are you saying now you don't believe in the God of the Bible, but you do think that there is some intelligent designer?
Well, you know, I just hope the people that's been living their life, going to church and worshiping and all of this and praying and stuff don't be disappointed when they leave here, you know? So I guess like the old saying, it's best to, how do you say it? Believe while you're here and hopefully you get rewarded when you're there, you know? But sometimes I believe, man, and some people won't say this, but I believe when you're dead, you're done, you know?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're kind of in between. You sound like you're moving towards agnosticism.
Maybe a little. Yeah. I mean, then they say when you go to heaven, I don't know. I read the whole Bible a couple of times, you know, but I can't remember half of that stuff. And they say it's been translated 13,000 times, you know, and it's been translated so it can fit their narrative, you know. What I mean when I say there, you know, to keep us in line, you know. So you know, it's hard to really hard to see something that you can't really see,
right?
Or touch, you know. I don't know.
So
I go here since I'm thinking like this. You know, I say things that most people want to say, but they won't say it. You know, I've always been like that.
Right. So do you think that, and I understand what you're saying. I went through that period of time where I was unsure. I thought that, you know, people might go to heaven, people might go to hell. I thought for a while that I was definitely going to hell.
Let me cut you off right quick so I don't lose my thought, then you get back with it. So it says that it's spoken, it's written that when you go to heaven, you're not going to know your family, your mama, your daddy, and you're going to live forever. I mean, eternity. I mean, who wants to do something eternally and not even be around somebody you know? You know? I mean, you're not going to know your mama and your daddy, your brothers and sisters. I'm uncomfortable with that.
Oh, I would find it very uncomfortable. That's the, you know, the excuse there is that you'll be so happy and so thrilled to be there, and God will be showing so much love that it won't even bother you. But basically, if that's the case, this guy has to wipe your mind of all that you know. And if your mind is wiped from all that you know, then you're not even you. You're just some automaton that's walking around praising his God.
You're different. You're another you, a different you.
But you can't know that you're you, because if you knew that you were you, then you would know your parents, your grandparents, you would know your children, your aunt, your cousins, your friends.
Right.
And then you're going to recognize that some of them aren't there. And then the only other place that they could be is in this lake of fire. So how are you going to enjoy heaven if you know your uncle, you know, Uncle Jesse is down there being tormented forever? Yeah, those were some of the things that made me say, like, this is not this. I don't want to go to this heaven, because either I'm a slave or I'm sitting up here in fear, and I'm also in anguish because I know that my uncle is burning. One of my uncles, two of my uncles that I can think of right off the bat, them motherfuckers gonna be burning forever.
They gonna burn. Huh?
Yeah. Oh, they gonna burn. My daddy gonna burn. My uncles, my brother gonna burn, my sister gonna burn.
For eternity, that's a lot of fuel.
Yeah, my children gonna burn. So there's no way in hell. My children don't believe in this God, so then they will burn in hell for all eternity. My brother, they're not bad people. My brother, my sister, they're not bad people, but they don't really believe in this God, so they're gonna burn forever. You see what I'm saying? So how can I be happy in heaven knowing that they down there being tormented forever?
Yeah, that's true then.
Yeah. So either you got to wipe my mind. Like you said, I have to forget all my relatives, all my friends, and anybody that I've ever loved. I have to forget about all of them in order for me to be happy in this heaven.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm living right now. We can have a little heaven right now on earth.
And that's what I have been endeavoring to create. Even before I walked away from this religion, I try to make every day my own heaven.
Right on.
Yeah, the most stress I get on any day is this shit right here. And this don't even really bother me that much.
Well, it doesn't stress me.
Yeah, the only thing that bothers me is people like the guy before. They get on my nerves. I don't like dishonest people.
I don't know. Your patience is a little stronger along the line, because I would have clicked him out long before what you did.
I try to give people. The goal is hopefully the person will see themselves within the conversation and recognize how they're being disingenuous. and maybe they'll flip it. But then when I see that they're not, because I don't believe in that, oh, I planted the seed bullshit. When I see that they're not, I just move on. Let them live in their little world how they want to.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I guess you have to have your kind of patience if you want to post this type of show. So, amen.
Well, let me let Marco come up here if he's still on.
I'll listen a little bit more and see what I can find out how this thing works, what y'all be doing, and I'll try to chime back in another time.
All right, love to have you.
All right, buddy.
All right, appreciate you, Curtis.
Holla.
Oh, I know Curtis said something. He said holla. That's back in the day, holla. That's shit my dad used to say. Holla at you. Marco.
Hey, how you doing, man?
How you doing? You over 21?
Yeah, I'm 28.
28. All right. Are you a believer?
Yes.
Okay. In which God?
I believe in God and I follow Jesus to the best of my ability.
Okay. So the God of the Bible.
Yeah.
Now, you see, hold on for 1 second, Marco. I don't know if One Heavenly is still on here, but you see how Marco just answered the simple question? That's all you had to do. Answer a simple question. I appreciate you, Marco.
It take time for the younger generation to learn patience to conversation, because we ain't really been granted the time to learn that.
Yeah,
I was in the military.
It just depends.
So,
oh, what branch?
Air Force.
I can't dog you out because my son's in the Air Force right now, so I can't dog you.
Hey, look, you say what you want.
I can't dog.
I hear every single time. It like soon as I tell somebody I was in the military, first question, what branch? I'm like, oh shit.
Well, you know, I was in the Marine Corps. But I tell you this.
I was chilling, but we the most professional though. I can't say that.
You're the most professional if you're comparing it to civilian. But we're the most professional fighting force. So,
we ain't fighting for it.
Which is what the military is, a fighting force.
We ain't fighting, we professional.
Y'all ain't doing shit.
We professional.
You motherfuckers, y'all fly a drone and get a combat action ribbon, and you sitting in America flying a goddamn drone. How the hell you get a combat action?
You can't even run in the Air Force uniform. That's unprofessional.
But I will admit, when my son said, when we talked about him going to the military, the only options I gave him was the Navy and the Navy and the Air Force. And I told him the Air Force is the better one suited for lifestyle, for transitioning into civilian work. So I support the Air Force in that when it came to my son. But
it was good. It was good for me in basic, but once we got out into the operational, I was like, oh no. Mm-hmm. I'm surrounded by people that's nothing like me, and they want me to convert, and I couldn't do it.
So I got to ask you one more question before we get into the topic here. Do you have your 100%? I ask every veteran that. What the hell are you waiting on?
I got in a car accident right before I got discharged.
Okay.
And it kind of hurt my morale. So I didn't want to go disabled because I felt like I was gonna be for real. I feel like I really might be disabled because my back had a lumbosacral strain in my accident.
So what percentage are you?
I ain't do that at all.
Oh, I'm about to. Oh.
Yeah, God. I hear you,
brother. I want to punch you in your face right now.
You care, brother. I hear you,
dude. It doesn't.
Too much people that care enough to say that.
You do realize, or you may not realize this, but it doesn't matter how you get hurt if you get hurt while you're still in service. Like my wife picks on me because some of my physical injuries, well, the majority of my physical injuries, none of them happened while performing combat or even military training. Some of my physical injuries came from sports activities in the military, but they still count.
Makes sense, though.
They still count. When they kicked me, when I got kicked out, and I say kicked out, it was a medical, when I got medically discharged from the military, my ankle got shredded to down to the bone because we was playing basketball. So it doesn't matter that, yeah, I got stabbed while I was in the military during combat missions, but I got a higher percentage from the basketball injury. You understand what I'm saying? The only thing that matters is just a, I'm sorry, this joke on YouTube said just like playing foosball. My wrist got messed up playing football. But as long as you're still active, it counts. Look, okay, so this is the last thing I'm gonna say about this, and then we're gonna move on to the subject matter, okay? If you need assistance, send me a message so that I can have your contact information and I will guide you through the process. I don't mind guiding any military person through the process. All right. But you need to wake up every first of the month and there's a check there because you deserve it.
That sounds good. And veteran hospital not even far from me. I do Uber Eats.
Okay, where you at?
Florida right now.
Oh yeah, it's Florida. You can process. Florida is very veteran friendly, so you can process your shit. It'll get processed fast in Florida.
I've been thinking about it, but at the same time, I don't want it to stop any of my work because, like I said,
it won't.
I don't want to be considered disabled.
It won't, dude. Especially when there's a certain level that you get to at 100%. I can go and climb Mount Everest right now, and they can't do a damn thing.
Okay.
I can't climb Mount Everest. My body ain't gonna allow me to climb that motherfucker, but I'm just saying.
I'm saying, like, could you work a certain amount of hours without
Yeah, no. So you're thinking Social Security disability. Social Security disability, you can only make a certain amount of money outside of Social Security. VA disability, you can make $1 billion a year. It don't matter.
Okay. I ain't know that.
Yeah. Don't be like the guy I talked to yesterday on here. Talking about some, I don't think other people deserve it more than me. They ain't running out of money.
Yeah, they got money. I just ain't wanted to mess up my hustle because I feel like I ain't trying to settle.
It won't. It has nothing to do with it. Like I said, I can go out and make money right now. I could go back into IT and make 6 figures and VA still got paid.
That's good info. That's good hope too. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's honest.
Yeah. And so now to the subject matter.
Yeah, let's get it.
Let's get it. Why do you believe the Tower of Babel do you believe the Tower of Babel is a true story?
I believe that's the best explanation of why we got this many languages out here.
That's the best explanation. Okay.
Because if you basing it off of science, they ain't really got a good explanation on how we came to speaking.
Yes, they do. Have you ever studied linguistic science? There's a difference between studying evolution of man and studying linguistic science.
I have never studied linguistic science.
Okay.
I need to study. I study etymology.
All right. Okay, so even etymology of a word. Let's see, what's a simple example? Damn, you say you're 28? Okay.
Yes.
Nah, that don't work because I don't know of another meaning for that. So if you see what I like to make these things relevant. What city are you in?
We can go on linguistics if you better
No.
spoken on that because I was interested in what you finished.
I'm gonna stay there. What city are you in?
West Palm.
West Palm. All right. So if you walking on the beach down in West Palm and you see a woman, I don't know if you like women or men, but let's say you like women and you see a woman, she got on that thong bikini, she looking how would you describe her? Would you say she looking, damn, she bad, she fire, she fire? How would you describe her? Would you use those terms?
It depends on how she look. Like I say like she's beautiful, or it depends on how she dresses herself. Sometimes she might
But could
overdo it to the point where it's sexy. I mean, like, yeah, that's sexy.
you're going too deep. But would you say she bad or she fire? Is that would that be a correct term? If I said that, would you know what I mean?
I know what you mean, but I don't say.
Okay, so but you know what I mean. I know you're a respectful young man. I got it. So, but you know what I mean. If I saw her and I said, "Damn, she bad,"
Yeah, I know what you mean.
you know what I mean. If we was in the 1950s and I said, "Damn, she bad," what would I mean then?
She's probably a devil.
Right, she's a bad person. So you see how language evolves based on culture and how people describe things.
Yeah, the kids don't talk nothing like we do now.
Exactly. So I brought that to bear because what we can see through linguistic history is that man developed languages all over the world differently based on whatever their utterances were to describe something. So you got a group in Israel who looks at fire and calls it fire. But you got a group in the Americas who looks at fire and call it Araka. I know you don't know what Araka means. No, you're not old enough. There's a movie called Caveman. It's a stupid movie. But in the Caveman movie, they show where the little Asian guy, he sees fire and he calls it fire. And they're like, Araka. Because that's just when they discovered fire, the guy in charge pointed at it and said, Araka.
He had his own word for it.
He had his own word for it. And he did. It's a funny scene. So you can just YouTube the movie Caveman language, and you'll see where he's like fire, Araka. And there's like, they point at the little food they eat. And he says food, and he calls it ul. Right? So food is ul. And like sex is zub zub.
Might have heard of that.
All right. You might have. It's
like that sounds a little bit familiar now that you say that part.
So different groups of people. So it is more reasonable that different groups of people utter different sounds to describe something. And then from those, they develop into full-fledged languages with alphabets or cuneiforms and all these other different things with pictographs. It is more reasonable. Does that not sound more reasonable of how language would have developed instead of a God mixing up their languages? And all of a sudden, your brain just switches and you're speaking French and you're speaking Spanish and this person is speaking, German.
The issue for me is, all right, you make a good point, but let's go back a little bit more. And the issue for me is, say at the beginning of time, whoever started communicating first, we got birds communicating, we got all these animals communicating, and then we process our communication. In my brain, it would make sense, in my opinion, it would make sense for us to have understood communication with animals if it was a scientific point of view.
What?
I feel like I probably oversaid that. I'm gonna try to break it down a little bit.
Yeah, do that one again for me, because maybe it was just me.
No, because I couldn't break it down as I was understanding it.
Because I live here in San Antonio, right? And I used to live in Brandon, Florida. They got birds in San Antonio that they don't have in Florida. If you listen to some of my videos, you'll hear this whistling ass bird in the background. That whistling ass bird is communicating with the other whistling ass birds, these other little black birds that whistle like crazy. But a bird in Florida wouldn't understand nothing that that bird in San Antonio is saying.
Are you sure?
I'm quite positive. Because one, I was very interested in animals, and then two, my kids were very interested in animals. So of course I had to teach them, you know, I gotta learn so I can teach them. But animals, different, you can have the same species, birds, multiple species of birds, but they all are communicating by different sounds and they don't understand each other. Right? The owl, there's these damn owls that they got here. There's one owl that hoots, and there's another owl that sounds like a rattlesnake. So I got two owls. They ain't talking to each other.
I would find that very hard for me to believe, because who would be able to interpret to know the difference?
Well, because what people do who study these things, like studying avians, they will see that the same type of birds respond to the same type of calls than other birds do, and other birds won't respond to that call. So I was
like captivity.
No, they'll watch them in nature, right? So I was watching some documentary a while back where they was talking about roadrunners, the roadrunner bird, and they were able to, by studying them, they're able to distinguish a certain chirping sound that chirp is a warning sound. Another chirping sound was a mating call sound. Another chirping sound was a mother calling for her children, chirping sound. So by studying how they react and respond to different sounds, we can identify how the birds are communicating with one another and what they're trying to say on a base level, what they're saying to each other. Other birds don't respond to the same chirping sound. So like when the mother roadrunner was doing her chirp sound for her children to come, no other children birds came running to her. They only respond to their type of bird chirping at them.
Like they racing.
Right. Now, the closest communication, cross communication that you have would be like the roadrunner bird, when it hears that falcon or that eagle screech, they know that motherfucker's a predator and they'll run from that.
Yeah, I can hear the sound of that. That's not friendly.
They're like, that's not friendly. They'll give their warning chirping sign. They work with a warning screen, and all the other roadrunner birds knew to get the hell on, because there's an owl or there's an eagle or a falcon in the area. Right? And we see this with all animals, right? All animals can recognize when another animal that's the predator of them is like about that bullshit trying to get them. But that don't mean they understand each other.
I would say we can recognize that too.
We do. We should, and we do if you're attuned to it. But we recognize it with human beings. I can tell when a person is speaking French and they cussing me out, or speaking Spanish or Italian. You can tell when they cussing you out.
Yeah, because they mannerisms. Like
Right.
my mother is deaf; she can't hear. So we base a lot of stuff off of body language.
Exactly. But if I were to come up to you and I was like, you know, foutoir, elle est très péninsulaire. I think I said that last part wrong, but yeah. But basically, if I'm saying it aggressively, I just say fuck you, and you are a pain. Right? You don't have to understand the words, but you know I insulted you.
It depends on how you said it. Yeah.
Right. The tonality. It depends on how I say it. And you may not understand the words, but you know that it is not something nice. So if I ran up to you and I'm like, well, foutoir, and that's a slang version of French to say fuck you. Right?
Yeah, especially if you're like yelling it, like you mad, like yeah.
they can tell off of the way your arms, your hands, everything. Like, all right, yeah, this guy is not happy right now.
Right. But from language, we can see the differences. We can see how from Latin you got Italian, Spanish, and French. From the Germanic languages, you know, you got German, you got actually English is a Germanic language. But an English speaker cannot just go and speak to a German. It's much more difficult because, you know, with all this Viking and Scandinavian mixtures that developed because these North Europeans were communicating with each other more so than they were with the Germans and the Austrians and all of them. So their Germanic language evolved differently than the Scandinavian into the English Germanic language evolved. But we can study and see where the root of the language came from.
Do all the roots of the languages come back to the same place?
No. There is like absolutely no connection to Latin to Hebrew. There's no connection to Yoruba to Hebrew. There's no connection from ancient Mexican language, not the bullshit that they got now, but the like Aztec language and Mayan language. There's no connection to their language to Hebrew language.
It makes sense. It still makes sense according to the Tower of Babel because God said that he split the languages up.
So
right then, if you split the languages up like that, it's not going to be unsplit.
But the problem is we can see how all these languages evolved over time.
Say one time.
We can see how all these languages evolved over time. So there was not a point where the language were instant. In the Tower of Babel story, the language changed instantly.
The Tower of Babel story is pretty old. It's before, I want to say it's right around the time of like the Sumerian text, which is like the oldest text that we got.
It's the story of the Tower of Babel story is close to the time frame of the writings that we have from the Sumerian and Akkadian, but the language existed 1,000 plus years before the Tower of Babel story.
But we don't have any text older than that.
You're right. Some of the oldest, well, we do have some text that's older than the Tower of Babel story. We do have some text that's older. But we don't have text from the time frame of, say, Emperor Sargon. But we do have text that's before the Tower of Babel story. Now, here's the problem that you have with that, though. We don't have text of the Tower of Babel story at the time frame of the Tower of Babel story. The text of the Tower of Babel story is thousands of years after the story supposedly happened.
I agree.
So if you use the same measurement, then you can say the same thing about the Babylonian story that you're saying about the text of the Tower of Babel that you can say about the text that we have of the Sumerians.
I would say, honestly, it would take faith on either way to get to a conclusion on this matter.
Not really.
Like say again?
Not really, because simple reason of not really. At the time frame of the Babylonian story, we do have texts from the Akkadian Sumerians and the Egyptians, and they're all were different. And these languages existed before the story happened. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
So if the Babylonian story is set around 2500 BCE, right?
In the ancient Babylonian.
What? Yeah, it's set in an ancient time frame of Babylon, but I don't even know whether it's Proto-Babylonian. Yeah, it was probably Proto-Babylonian at the time frame, but it's set at that time frame.
Mm-hmm. In the Mesopotamia area.
Right. Yet we know that we have text that shows us that the Akkadian and Sumerian languages were both already being used prior to the 2500 BCE. We have texts that show that the pre-Asiatic Egyptian language, the archaic Egyptian language was already being used 1,000 years before that story happened. So we have evidence of the languages in use prior to that story happening.
I would have to see the exact site that you're talking about, because I don't remember anything past the Sumerians. I remember during my history, the Sumerians had the oldest text.
Okay, so if you research Egyptian language, so if you type in what was the Egyptian language in 3500 BCE, you will see hieroglyphs of archaic Egyptian hieroglyphs existing in 3500 BCE.
I believe it, but that doesn't accredit for a written language.
What do you mean that doesn't accredit for written language? That was their language.
Like a written language that has like a alphabet.
The Proto-Hebrew is not an alphabet. Proto-Hebrew is symbolic as well. The Proto-Hebrew that would have been existing at the time frame of this story would have been a halfway between pictograph and alphabet. It hadn't quite become an alphabet yet. So they still had symbols that represented a consonant sound, because they didn't have vowels. They don't have vowels in their language.
I gotta study my linguistics, man. I am not hip on that yet, where you give me something to look up, because I ain't never even thought to study that.
Yeah, because like most languages, they develop out of pictograph format, some type of pictograph first, because even cuneiform is a pictograph. And then later on, they went from, okay, we got this pictograph, and this pictograph means this, and we got 2,500 different pictographs so that we can write what we're saying. And then it developed into kind of a halfway pictograph, halfway language, where we can put different pictographs together to get what we're saying. And so that kind of reduced it down, reduced the number down. And it wasn't until much later, after the Tower of Babel happened, that language developed into what we know as an alphabet, which an alphabet is still sort of a pictograph, where we have the letter A, and this can be utilized with a bunch of other letters to make a sentence or make a word. So the mere fact that Proto-Hebrew pictograph represented just a sound is the same way cuneiform pictograph represented a sound or an idea, and the same way archaic Egyptian demonstrated a sound or an idea.
I would have to bring it. I would have to bring this exactly to like receipt. I might make a post about it. I'm not really sure on the dates, because when I was doing my history, like I said, last I remember is the oldest text that I ever seen, and I was looking up, it was the Sumerian. But I could be wrong. It could be something older. But that ain't nothing. That ain't nothing that's not easily proven. Like, we both can find that out real quick.
Yeah, I mean, the Kish tablet, I just looked it up real quick. The Kish tablet, which dates around 3500 BCE, is a limestone ancient Sumerian. And it's the oldest example of writing that we have, and it's a precursor script to cuneiform. So we see that it was something that was before cuneiform, that it developed into cuneiform.
You said how old is it?
3500 BCE.
All right, can you look up how old the Tower of Babel is? I'm
Sure.
not sure.
I mean, I already knew, but I'll look it up anyway. This is interesting. So some people are putting it at 4200 BCE. No, 4200 years ago. So I can say, hold on now, that ain't right. But it put it at 4200 years ago, which would put it around 2200 BCE.
And what's the other one again?
3500 BCE.
That's interesting, right?
And I actually gave the Tower of Babel, I actually give it to about 2500 BCE based on biblical chronology. I gave it 300 more years in the past because it says that it was occurring during the year of Peleg, and Peleg was around 2600. Well, around 2500.
Tower of Babel was before the flood, right?
After.
It was after the flood?
Yep. It's 101 years after the flood.
Okay.
Which another point that I was making earlier is that 101 years after the flood, 3 couples are only going to produce about 200 people. And that ain't enough people to make a city or build a ziggurat.
You said there ain't enough people to do what?
To build a city or this ziggurat.
How not? So you're saying 2 people can't multiply to enough people to populate a whole area?
200. So you think 200 people is enough people to build the city of Babylon? Now, mind you, it's 200 people when the tower is built. You got to grow into that 200 people. So
where you get 200 people from?
Well, when you do the math of 3 couples having babies, and the average lifetime of a person, and when they come of age to have babies, and the average number of babies that will survive, then it's roughly 200. It's actually a little bit less than that. The math comes out a little bit less than that, but it's basically about 200. And I'm not even accounting for the high level of infant mortality at that time frame. And they had a high level of, what is it called? Postpartum, as well as infant mortality in those days. So I'm not even accounting for that.
So you're saying 100 years after the flood, there's supposed to be like 300 people on Earth, according to the math of how much they could multiply.
Yeah.
In 100 years.
Yeah, 200, not 3, but 200. Yes, that would be pretty much the number. That's what the math shows. And math is not religious.
That's pretty interesting. I ain't never heard that tape. Or I read that story. I ain't never thought to do the math on that number. That's very, very interesting.
Well, most people who believe the story don't do the math because you don't think about it. You just accept it at face value. But when you do the math, that's it. About 200 people. Now,
but could 200 people build a tower? Yeah. Could 100 people do it? Yeah.
You think all 200 people building this tower?
Say one more time.
You think 100 people are dedicating themselves to building this tower? And no, at that time frame, you need more than a ziggurat. Have you ever seen a picture of a ziggurat?
I'm not sure what that is.
Ziggurats are usually about 20 to 27 stories tall. They are these kind of round pyramid shaped buildings in order to make it look like a mountain. Because in the motif of the mindset of the people back then, gods always talk to them on mountains, right? So, and these people are building things out of earthen material. So they baking the bricks, carving out the stones, and then placing the brick, then chiseling and shaping the bricks in the stone, then placing the bricks in the stones and all the support structures in this one spot. Now, if they were only dedicated to building the ziggurat, you might have a chance, but they built a city and a ziggurat. So everybody is not dedicated to building this ziggurat. Now, so if you go to down to Fort Lauderdale, and you know where they built that big ass guitar?
Say that one time.
You know that big guitar hotel down in Fort Lauderdale they built some years ago?
Yeah, the Blue John.
If you go down, if you was there when they was building it, there was way more than 200 people involved in building that damn thing. And that's with modern technology.
So it begs the question of who had better technology.
Bruh, they baking bricks in the sun. They carving stone with chisels. The story says that they are going to bake bricks.
What about the pyramids? They outlasted time.
Yeah, because they built out of earth and material. It's better material to build out of stone. They will last longer, but
they still don't even know how they carved those big rocks at such precision.
Okay, but we ain't talking about that. We talking about the fact that they said, come, let us make bricks and fire them thoroughly, which means that they are using the technique of, and we know how this technique works. So you take some mud, you take some hay, and you take some water, you shape it into, and then you put that into this little shape. You got these little shapers, right? And then you put those in fire and you let them bake. Then you let them sit, and then they become hardened. After they become hardened, you scrape off all the rough edges. And then after you scrape the rough edges, you take them and place them with some mortar into this place, which you got to have somebody making the mortar as well, which is using sand and water and some other stuff to make the mortar. So
do you believe that they were doing stuff like this in that time period?
I don't believe it. I know it. Because one, the book is I'll accept that the book is saying it. Two, we see the remains of people using this technique, which is how we know they use this technique. Three, there are still people who are that you can still go to places where they are still using this technique to build. And then four, I used to work for my grandfather's construction company. And so I've made mortar from scratch and I've made bricks from scratch. My grandfather wanted to be cheap one time, and we was making the bricks from scratch. And I was like, this is some bullshit. But we made bricks from scratch.
All right, so that's logical. I presume that you're an atheist, right?
Yeah.
How is it logical to say that we came from nothing, but also follow science?
Because atheists don't say that we came from nothing. That is a Christian perspective on atheism that is incorrect.
So what would you say that atheism says that we come from?
If an atheist is worth their salt, they're going to say we don't know really. But we also know that something can't come from nothing. There has to be matter, and the universe is filled with matter. So we all come from energy, matter, energy that transmute into energy. I mean, energy that transmute into matter, that transmuted into life, and then life evolved from that. Do we know exactly how? No.
We should.
No, we shouldn't. Why should we?
We know how old the universe is in science.
We still figuring certain aspects of that out, and we always find out new information. But how should we know? Because science has been around. That would be like saying that since science was around in the 1200s, science should have known how the universe was created. But science stands on top of each other, learning more and more, questioning itself to learn more and more every day. So there is no end to science.
Yeah, like nothing can literally be proved.
No, some things are proven.
Until,
I mean, if something comes along that disproves it, then sure. But the difference in science and atheists is that we're accepting of the new information. So that's the problem with religion, is that you become intolerant to new information that will prove otherwise.
I feel like that would be more conservative than religion.
No, wait, that's religion. Religion says that any religion, all religions, says that this God created the universe. So if you find information that disproves that, are you going to say, oh yeah, that disproves it? Or are you going to stick with, nope, my God did it?
Let me ask you a question.
Now answer that question. Answer that first.
Say that one more time, man.
If you believe that this God created the universe, but then information is provided that demonstrates that this God didn't create this universe, are you willing to accept that? Or are you going to say, nope, I'm just going to stick with my God?
If I was provided information, I don't even think that's even possible.
I didn't ask that question. I asked if you are provided with information that disproves your God, are you going to accept that information?
Yes, if I was provided information that disproves that the God that I believe in is false, then I have to. But that'd be like trying to disprove unicorns. Like, you literally can't. Especially if you date. It'd be like trying to disprove science saying our estimate of the universe. Like, you literally can't.
No, you literally can, because we've changed the age of the universe multiple times. So let me ask you, so here's the thing. Let's see, let's take.
That's why you can't disprove it, because it's not really a fact. It's a theory, and it's open to change.
It is open.
Question. Let me ask my question before we move on. My question was, is truth objective or is it subjective?
It's subjective to a certain degree. The overwhelming majority of what is called truth is subjective. There are very few truths in comparison, and that's only in comparison. There's a lot of truths, but some truths are, when it comes to the spiritual metaphysicals, those are subjective as hell. The belief in a God is very subjective. Hence, 4,200 gods that currently are believed in right now.
All right, what about logic? Would you say logic is subjective?
Yeah, because logic is going to and it falls in the same category. Logic is going to be subjective to a degree based on your culture and what you've seen, and based on your cultural aspects, as well as based on things that have no foundation of facts. But logic based on facts is not subjective.
So logic doesn't always have to be on. Yeah, you're right, because that's not what we observe.
Right, because something logical to me may not be logical to you, based on your life experience.
Does that mean that somebody is right and somebody is wrong?
It depends on what the subject matter is.
All right, it could be math.
99% of the time, math is right or wrong. It's not subjective at all.
That's what all right. I agree 100%. And I feel like anybody that doesn't agree doesn't understand math.
Mm-hmm.
In the same way, I feel like truth is objective in every other aspect of life. But if you don't understand, it's because you really don't understand that particular subject.
You said that. Truth is, what truth is objective?
Like, I'm gonna put it in one other scenario. Like, we all gotta eat, and it's good to eat good food. Like, that's objective. It's not subjective.
No, it is subjective, because you said we all gotta eat good food. What is good food?
When I say good, all right, yeah, that's another one. Good food being the opposite would be food that is not good. Like, not good for you at all. Like if you ingest this, it's not gonna go well with your body. Versus food that if you ingest, you can digest it and it's gonna help you out a little bit, which is beneficial to anybody.
No.
And in the same sense, if all right, this right here is poisonous for me, then it's gonna be poisonous for you. So I shouldn't ingest it and you shouldn't ingest it. That's objectively true for both of us.
You if I eat a strawberry, is that objectively good?
So you said if you eat a who?
A strawberry. Is that objectively good?
Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying, because some people are allergic to strawberries.
There you go.
But that's why it's still got to be good food, though.
Yeah, but strawberry generally is a good food. But the way my wife's body is made up, she eats a strawberry and she's breaking out in hives. She eats a tomato and she's breaking out in hives. And here's what's crazy. It's only if it's a raw tomato. If it's made into a sauce, she can eat it.
What an interesting world we live in.
Yeah. Now, let's go back a little bit. You said that if something is proven to you, that you'll accept it, right? Right?
Right.
All right. So, what we know objectively, you agree? Do you agree that the Tower of Babel happened in 2200 BC, like the internet told me a few minutes ago, right?
Objectively, no.
When did it happen?
Because well, actually, do you mind if I look it up real quick?
Sure, look it up. While he's looking that up, let me see what y'all been saying. Does energy have a beginning or end? Nope. Energy is infinite. It just transmutes from one thing to another.
All right, I'm back.
All right.
There is no definite date of the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, it gave you an estimated date, though, didn't it?
Yeah, so since we ain't got no definite date, then
what's the estimated date?
I didn't read that far. My question was, is there a definite date? Because I want to see if it's an objective fact. If it was an objective fact, then there'd be no argument.
Okay, so the objective fact of the Tower of Babel. So you gotta recognize. See, this is the problem when speaking to believers. That a fact that you don't want, that oftentimes y'all don't want to accept. You accept the Bible as the inerrant word of God, right?
Right.
All right. So if the Bible is the inerrant word of God, then we can do the math based on who begat who and how old they were when they had somebody, right?
Right.
Now, because we can do that, we can place the story of Babel, because it says that man separated from themselves in the year of Peleg. Peleg, who is the son of Eber, and then go Eber up to Shem. And we know Shem was the son of Noah, right?
Right.
So based on biblical chronology, we can place the Tower of Babel, and I'm going to give a little leeway here, between 2200 BCE and 2500 BCE.
Maybe.
No, if there's a maybe, then your Bible is in error. That's why I asked you, do you believe that it's the inerrant word of your God?
No, like we don't get like a clear year to year from Adam being created, or even the world being created.
Yes, we do. From the Bible, you do. Because the Bible, okay, so if you start with Jesus, whether he was born in 4 or 6 BCE or he was born in 6 CE, You got like this 12 to 20-year gap for Jesus, right?
Right.
Now, based on that time frame of Jesus, and you look at Joseph's lineage, and you go back, and it talks about who had who and how old they were, you can then do the math of when somebody was born at the age that they was born to this person as their father, and then you look at their father and how old the father was when he was born to this person, and how old that person was when they had them, and then how old that person was when they was born from their father, and you keep going back like that, you get an age, a time frame, a rough time frame that which should be factual to biblical readers. Not subjective, it's objective. Are you going to pin down an exact date? No. But are you going to get a rough time frame? It can't be no later than this, and it can't be no earlier than that. You will get to that.
It would be objective if it was clear in the Bible exactly how many years
It is.
were
The number. It is. It is. It's very clear about that. Is incredibly clear. As far as, so like for instance, in 2 Kings, it says that in the 8th year of the reign of Solomon is 480 years from the time frame of the Exodus. So this is why this is why Bible believers say the Exodus happened in 1446 BCE.
Can I look up one more thing? We're gonna look up how many years was it from Adam to Noah?
Sure.
Because I want to see if it's accurate.
It's always amazing to me how they want to say the Bible is accurate, but then when you use the math to show what the Bible is then saying, they don't want to accept it because they know it don't match up with history. It never matches up with history. I ain't gonna say never. There are certain aspects of it that does. Hezekiah fighting the Assyrians, Babylonian captivities, those match up with history. But you got
Did you get the answer?
What was your answer?
Yeah.
You blinked out. What was your answer?
I said you ain't look at it.
I didn't look at what? No, you looking it up. Why would I look it up?
Also, it say, I'm gonna look at it one more time. It say 1,600 something.
1,600 years between Adam and Noah.
1,656 from Adam to Noah.
Okay. And what you looked up is one. And see,
all right, so
now think about it.
If we doing the math, like if it was just from how it is right now, and the Earth is supposed to be 6,000 years old in our timeline, then Adam from Noah would be like 4,500 years.
Wait.
Where the Tower of Babel happened, and then
Wait.
I mean not the Tower of Babel, the flood, and then from the flood 100 more years.
So wait. So you looked up? Did you look up from Adam to Noah or from Adam to the flood?
From Adam to Noah first, and then from Noah.
And what?
The Tower of Babel.
All right, and from Noah to the Tower of Babel, what year are we talking? What year are we? It doesn't say.
If we're doing the 6,000 year timeline, we start from 6,000 and we subtract 1,650 years from that. We'd be right around 4,500. And then we at the time of the flood right now at 4,500. And then you said from the flood to Tower of Babel was 100 years apart, right?
Yeah, that would be 100 years apart. But your math ain't math.
I just looked at from Adam to the flood.
All right. So were you looking at, so something is off. It's off. When you put in from the time of Adam, all right, because you have to be able to determine first what time frame of Adam is this talking about. Adam's creation, or Adam being kicked out of the garden, or Adam's death.
All right, so Adam lived 1,000 years.
And then you're starting with 6,000.
This give or say 1,000 years.
So
the answer would still be
no.
right.
Okay, I see how your math is not mathing. I see how your math is not mathing. Okay. when you say 6,000 years, then you got to put this on the board. When you say 6,000 years would be the time frame of creation. Yeah, so you're excluding the time frame of Adam's life to the flood. So
it's included.
No,
beginning of Earth before Adam would be 6,000 years ago. All right.
No, you're doing the math wrong. Right?
All right.
You're doing the math wrong by starting with the 6,000 years and then trying to subtract the time frame between Adam and Moses. I mean, Adam and Noah, Adam and the flood. So it doesn't work that way, because you can't start with 6,000 years. Right? The 6,000 years includes the 2,000 years from Jesus to now.
So that's from Jesus to now, not the flood to now.
So you can't use 6,000 as a starting point, right? Because if you use 6,000 as a starting point, the first thing you got to do is subtract the 2,000 years between Jesus and.
You don't have to do that.
Yes, you do.
We started from the creation point, which is supposed to be 6,000 years old.
No, not 6,000, but see, you're starting from 6,000 BCE, not 6,000 years ago. Those are two different things.
I'm saying from 6,000 years ago. Like, if you look it up, it'll say that the story of creation happened some odd 6,000 years ago.
Right. I'm with you.
All right, so if we add 1,560 years plus that, we'll get to the flood. Right?
Not in how you count the time frame.
That's just 1,560 years later. We had the flood from creation, right?
But okay, listen. I need you to walk with me, okay? I'm gonna put this on this board. Can you see it?
All right.
So you got a timeline. And if you say we are in 2025, right? You got that part? 6,000. So if you went 6,000 years ago, remember we got a break here where we started with 0. So when you go 6,000 years ago, that actually puts you at 4,025.
No, that's scientific. If you believe that the world is older than that, you just gonna keep accountable.
No, it ain't got nothing to do with the scientific. We're doing chronology here. We're doing a timeline. You recognize that we started at 0 2,025 years ago, right?
So this time restarted.
Right, time restarted. Remember, this goes down to 0, and then this goes up to 2025.
Right.
So you can't put 6,000 here because you're ignoring the start over of the 0.
No, I'm telling you just simply how old the earth is assumed to be by creationists.
Then you have to take away the 0. So have you ever looked at a Jewish, you know what year is it on the Jewish calendar?
I'm not sure.
All right, let me look it up real quick, and maybe that'll help you understand what I'm saying.
We in the year 2025. You take 2,000 away from that, we'll be in the year 25.
Okay.
25 years apparently after Christ was born. Then you take 2,000 more years from that, we're gonna be in the year 1995 maybe BC.
No. Dude, what math are you doing?
I'm just taking 2,000 away. You go 2,000 behind. All right, what's 2,000
Okay.
years behind
Look.
the 0 point?
4,025.
No, 2,000 years. What's 2,000 years like in between that?
2,025.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. Like if you go back 2,000 years, that'd be 4,000 years right there.
All right.
4,000 years ago, right?
4,000 years ago, it would be 2020. It would be 2025 BCE.
Right, and we're talking about 6,000 years ago, which is the supposed
would be 4,000. Would be 4,025 BCE.
All right, so now we do 1,000 years, 56 ahead of that.
What was number? 1,000.
1,564, I think. Let me look real quick.
No, you fine.
1,656.
All right. Right. Then that would give us 6, 3. That would give us 23. The year 2369.
You said 2369?
Yeah.
BC?
BCE. Yes.
And they saying the Sumerian text is 3,000 BC.
Is 3,500 BCE. So that means that the Tower of Babel will be roughly 2269 BCE. You see how we got there?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah, because the Jewish calendar, they don't do the 0. They are in the year 5,700 because of the 6,000. So close to 6,000 years. It's not exactly 6,000. But so you agree that the Tower of Babel story happened around 2,200, like I said earlier. And I gave you a little bit more wiggle room and said, gave you an extra 300 years. But you agree that the Tower of Babel happened in 2269, right?
Yeah.
All right. So the Tower of Babel happened between around 2269. Then how do you explain the fact that in 2500 BCE, you had the Sumerians with their language, Egyptians with their language, Indus Valley with their language, you had the Mesoamericans with their language. You had different languages in the Mesoamerican, where like in Peru, you have the Olmec civilization in Mexico. Well, no, that's the earliest known language. There was like 1,200. But you had other languages in Mesoamerica during that time frame as well.
How many years before at the same time?
300 years beforehand.
That's a close estimate, man.
Okay, let's look even further back then. Let's go. Oh, why is that? Let's look at what civilization, because all of these civilizations were still around. Even why is this acting like this? Hold on. So even if we check it and say what civilizations were around in 3,500 BCE, we still get the Sumerians, the Egyptians, we get the people in Peru. So we still get those people who had writing systems, they had independent languages, They had urbanization, so they had civilization, what we would call civilization. You still have these people that are around 1,000 years before this time frame, which fits with the Kish tablet in Sumeria. So do you see how we still have civilizations 1,000 years beforehand?
We know we had civilizations, but did we have different languages?
Yes, we had different languages. We can see how those languages develop into other languages.
And you said there would be, this would predate hieroglyphics, right? Did you say that earlier?
Well, it's an early form of hieroglyphics. They're not going to be the same as the hieroglyphics that you see today. But even when you see hieroglyphics today, you can see the migration. And hieroglyphics, the Egyptian hieroglyphics are a beautiful way to see this, because you can see some of the pre-dynastic hieroglyphics, and you can see how they evolved into the Old Kingdom, into the New Kingdom, into the different dynasties, up until hieroglyphics went out of fashion. So you can see the whole progress of thousands of years of how that language evolved. And that language started before the Tower of Babel and kept evolving all the way through the Tower of Babel without a hiccup into all the way into the Ptolemy dynasty. Because it wasn't until the Ptolemy dynasty that hieroglyphics started going out of fashion.
You said through whose dynasty?
The Ptolemy, the Greeks, when the Greeks controlled Egypt, which would be in around 2nd and 3rd century BCE. Around 200, 100, 200, between 300, 200, and 100 BCE, roughly in those time frames.
This is all interesting because it's right near flood time biblically, right?
Well, that's a whole, yeah, this is one of the things I also use to disprove
the flood. Pre-flood time biblically then.
This is one, yeah, because this is one of the things I also utilize to show how the flood never happened. Because there's no change in those people's history. There's no break in those people's history. They've always been there and they're still there.
That is very interesting. So one side has to be right and one side has to be wrong. There is no in between.
And if you can literally see the proof of the Egyptians never having a break with their language nor their kingdom of their existence, which one is right and which one is wrong?
I gotta look it up. I haven't seen that.
So we just
So you think Egypt has existed all through time?
Well, they've existed through all of biblical time, yes. They existed before biblical time, but all through time is a finite statement. That would mean they've existed for billions of years and nobody has existed for billions of years. But all through the time of the Bible and before the time of the Bible, the Egyptian society has existed. Of course, it's had many changes as far as who's in control and things of that nature, and you can see their development, whether they were conquered by the Cushite people at a time, and then Northern Hyksos and all these other different types of people have all came in and lived there, conquered there, different kings, different pharaohs. They went from kings to pharaohs. But what we do see is that there is no break in it. Hold on, somebody, let me see. My little, I ain't even click that one. Let me see. Hold on for a second. Isaac wanted me to read this, and I'm sure it got something to do with what we're talking about. Shit, I gotta put my little reading glasses on for this. For some reason it's smaller. If he knows that we have different civilizations before the Tower of Babel, then he should know the story is false. because the story does not create different languages. The story also says Yahweh created different civilizations at the same time he created the different languages. So you understand what Isaac is saying?
No, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
What Isaac is saying is that you should recognize that the story of Babel is false, because if you recognize that there were different civilizations before the Tower of Babel story, and during and after, and that this would show that the Bible is false, because the God of the Bible in the Tower of Babel story is saying that he created the different languages and he created the different civilizations. But how can he create these civilizations if they were already in existence before the Tower of Babel?
It's a very interesting take. I'm not really sure. Like, we know the Tower of Babel happened in the Mesopotamian area, which is not far from Egypt, right?
It says it took place in Mesopotamia.
That's not really far from Egypt, right? It's like almost like miles away. It's probably less than 100 miles.
It's about a 10-day walk.
All right, so if we got that right there next to it, and then right before it, we don't really have much information, except you saying 100 years between the flood and that.
Yeah, but we got a lot of information. We have a ton of information on Egypt during that time frame. Before the flood, during the flood, after the flood, we have a ton of information on Egypt.
I'm gonna do some research on this. I gotta go. I gotta pick up these kiddos.
But also think about this. You're trying to make it work by putting the two civilizations close to each other. But the fact is, the Peruvian coastal civilizations were in existence before, during, and after. And they were already there. And they are nowhere near the Peruvian. You know where Peru is, right?
No, I'm gonna look that up too, though.
Peru is in South America.
My little sister calling me again.
Okay, but understand, Peru is in South America. There's no way. But you have a good one, young man. I know he got it. He's doing his thing. We'll let him go do his thing. Shit. Oh, I'm over time. Let me see. It's gonna be quick. It's gonna be quick because I'm over time. Hey, Miss Fifi. Miss Fifi.
Hey,
Hey.
how you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Was listening to you and the guy and the arithmetic and the creation, and yeah, it got to a point where I just couldn't bear it, but I still wanted to,
I'm a little mentally exhausted right now. I'll give you that.
And so you already know why, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
About this. And I know your experience. You told me the experience you had about, just being truthful with your family and how they were going to take it. And, the things they were going to say about you. Where I had that truthful moment last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh my goodness. There's something seriously wrong with me. Because I don't believe.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
What did they say?
Well, of course, what I just said, and that I'm wrong, and
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the normal thing that they're going to say. Tell you how wrong you are.
They felt deeply angry about it.
Yeah.
Like,
they took it as a personal offense.
And let me tell you, I was a Christian at one time. I was a Christian at one time.
Mm-hmm.
A serious Christian. But you can't be a serious Christian and don't read the Bible. Okay? You start reading that Bible, you say, I was having kind of aching pains because it just wasn't making sense anymore.
Right.
It just wasn't. And I had to, come to terms with it.
Yeah.
But I'll sing a spiritual in a minute when I get in a type, because those are the songs my ancestors sung. And I'm, connected to it. And that's what they were connected to. So I don't know. I don't know how other people believe. But that's you. That's you. That's what your belief is. There's nothing I can say to change your belief. And I don't want to, because it's working for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. As long as they ain't out here being destructive in the community, I let them have it. The only destruction that I see that I don't like is when they are indoctrinating their children into it, because you're deciding for someone what they're going to believe, and you're pushing it so hard that if they ever change it, they have to go through a huge emotional struggle and mental struggle to do so. And then you may ostracize them simply because they believe something different. That's why I didn't teach my children to be indoctrinated into any of these religions. Right? And I actually recently found out in Japan that's illegal. I was listening to somebody else live, and they were saying they was talking about how Japan instituted a law back in 2021. I haven't looked it up to verify it yet, but they instituted a law where it's illegal to teach your children religion. That you have to let them grow up and decide for themselves.
Well, that's a good law.
Yeah, they see it as child abuse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff can be very dangerous.
It is very much so.
Some of the things like eating your body and drinking your blood.
Yeah. And then if you don't obey this, you're going to be forever tormented in hell and all this stuff. That is literally, that's child abuse. You wouldn't do your child like that. If there was no religion, nobody would purposely tell their children that if they don't act a certain way, that they're going to spend an eternity in fire, being tormented. It's different than telling your children, if you rob somebody, you will go to jail, and you will have to go to jail for X number of years, and you won't have access to this, that, and the third. That's different. You're telling them the consequences of how we live as a society. But when you tell them that, hey, if you eat shrimp, you gonna burn in hell, God gonna count that against you. Unless you believe in Jesus, then you can eat the shrimp, and God will just forgive you for eating the shrimp. But without Jesus, you're gonna go to hell for eating the shrimp. That's crazy.
Yeah. And they don't understand that. I mean, I understand that. I don't know why I understand that, and why you understand that.
Yeah.
Well, there's many more that understand that too.
And
so
that's the problem with it.
We meet up sometime.
Yes, indeed.
So we don't think that we're crazy.
And we're not. In the reflection of all things, they are the ones who they kind of crazy. They crazy because you got grown adults believing in fairy tales when you can demonstrate that these fairy tales are false. Like with that young man, he said that he would accept truth, and I understand he got to go and look at it himself. But if he's only looking at it through his own lens of already saying that I'm going to make this so that I can still believe in this, you're not really looking at it. You want to stick to where you at, and that's it. And you're going to try to figure out a way.
Hopefully he'll become a good Christian and read his Bible. And then he would know for himself.
Yeah, and then he's going to walk away from it. Especially if you read it and then you study around it, then you will say this cannot be true. Right? Because what he and I just went through, there is absolutely no way a logically thinking and an honest person can say that the Tower of Babel is a true story. There's no way around it. That's why I let him get his own dates so that it is of his own research so that he can see that, oh shit, my own research says 2269, but damn, there were civilizations already around in different parts of the world.
Everywhere.
Yep, that's why I emphasized Peru, because he tried that. Oh, well, Egypt is right down the street. No, motherfucker, Peru. They ain't down the street at all. You got to cross oceans to get to Peru. And so yeah, no. Yeah. But let me let Mello come up real quick, because I am past. I can feel the hunger pains. And
oh yeah, you're overtime.
Oh, I am so wet. Yes, it's been 3 hours and 50 minutes. I am overtime, but I appreciate it.
You take care of yourself.
All right, you too.
You eat.
I am.
Right.
I know.
That's it.
That breakfast wore off a long time ago. All right, let me get mellow, and then I'm gonna go eat so I can be mellow. You can eat on.
Take up too much of your time.
I'm all right. This joker, hold on. This joker center star talking about something you can eat on camera. Let me tell you something. I hate when I see people eating on camera. That drives me insane.
Yeah, same.
And mouth noises, when they be making them mouth noises, it drives me crazy. I went on one date with this girl, and she made mouth noises when she was eating. I ain't never called her again.
Hey, I agree.
I can't do it.
Like, people eating on camera. I don't like hearing people eat. I actually don't like smelling other people's food. Like, I don't know what it is about other people's food that is not mine. I just don't like the smell. I don't get it. I don't.
Okay, I'm not the worst then. I'm not the worst. You the worst. I ain't never heard that one. God damn.
Yeah, man, it's weird. I just don't know what it is. Like, today I was training somebody, right? And for lunch, he had sour cream and onion chips. I like sour cream and onion chips. I never had a problem with the smell when I'm eating them. But when he had it, I was like, what the f is that smell? Like,
how do you, so you don't go to restaurants then, do you?
I don't have, look, it's different because I'm going to eat. I think it's only when I'm not eating and I
gotcha. When you're not eating. I was gonna say shit.
Exactly. When I'm not like hungry or I'm going to eat, I don't have any. I'm just saying, if I'm hungry and I'm going to a restaurant going to eat, everything smells good. I'm hungry. I'm ready to tear something up. I have no problems. Gotcha.
I was gonna say, damn, you sitting in front of somebody like, you gotta order what I order, otherwise this shit ain't gonna work.
Yeah,
okay, I got you.
I don't know what it is. I know it's weird. I always thought it was weird that I don't like the smell of other people's food, but I'm not. I don't know. I always thought that was weird. Some things like it's only for like certain kinds of foods, like cakes and stuff like that. Don't bother me. Like if you got sweets and stuff, they smell great.
So, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah. I came up to talk about the whole Tower of Babel thing at the beginning. One I wanted to add earlier because we got things that are way older, like Gobekli Tepe.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I'm saying it right. That's dated back from 11,000 to 12,000 years old.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I know Gobekli Tepe is like 9 to 10,000. Taran Tepe is 12 to 13,000.
Yeah, there is two of those.
Yeah, people have a tendency to put both sites together, but one site is way older than the other site.
You're right on that. But even still, that's examples of cultures existing well before your biblical date of this earth start. Not to mention the radiometric dating that we use to even tell how old the earth is and stuff. Like we compare it to things like meteorites and stardust. Like we got a pretty kind of accurate age. You put it around 4.5 at this point, and we found stuff that's 7 billion years old. You know what I mean? But it's not from this planet. It's like stardust stuff I was talking about. Things from outer space that's pretty much unchanged. But the Tower of Babel, I'm sorry. Because I know. The Tower of Babel stuff always confused me, man, because one, I'm like, why are you damning everybody to constant problems in the future? Can't nobody communicate? It's gonna be nothing but chaos coming out of that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like everybody's different now.
He's supposed to be a guy, and he ain't supposed to be a god of confusion, right?
That's correct. Correct. It's do what I say. I'll say what I will. And it's not nothing supposed to be up into interpretation or your interpretation. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah. It is. It's always up into your own interpretation. That's why, like, people be on here talking about the Bible can be looked at from many different ways. No, when we talk about the Old Testament, especially, no, it's not many different ways. It's you can get a lesson and teach a lesson based on some events happening according to this story, but the event itself is not taken many different ways. The Tower of Babel is clear. This guy says that, hey, I went down and I confused their languages. If you take away the confusion of languages, let me rephrase that. If man was so unified at that time frame, now this guy put us in a position where now we're going to fight wars against each other because we see each other differently.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's
exactly my point. That's war, not just wars, racism.
Yeah.
The ability to other people, period. So then you'll get, your 14 discovery doctrines of discovery, or 16, I forget, it's 14, so I forget how many it is, but it's quite a few of them. But I'm just saying, like, I hate to say it, because the way I'm saying it sounds like it actually happened. I know it's not true. You know what I mean? I hate to talk about it like that, but it's the only way you can kind of explain the thought processes in it.
Yeah, one of the things that help you think through this stuff is to put the reality of the consequences of what happened, if it had happened, and then evaluate the personality of this God. So if you look at what happened and you say, okay, this guy did from this situation, if the story was true, we then separated into it created tribalism, then creates ethnicities, and then creates racism. It also created nations. And the reason we go to war most of the time is because some nation wants another nation's resources, and they think they can do it because those are different people from them. This then allows for slavery because these are different people from us. We can genocide, they're different from us. They worship different gods, they're different from us. So people fight and go to war over all this shit because they think they're different from us. When this God had man in a situation of unity, he is the one to dissolve that. So all this hell on earth with war and famine, with nations and slavery, is because of this guy's intervention, when all they was doing was making sure that they don't get lost from their city.
Ain't that something? He wanted y'all to be lost. That's the whole metaphor.
Yeah. So then you have to say this. So then logically thinking, this God is an asshole.
Yeah, because it's the way he wants you to be lost so that you can be found.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he needs your dependence on him. But then he decided, I'm going to have a chosen group. I'm going to have this special group. And even in having that special group, obviously Abraham's family members, they claim from the line of Shem, were the ones who departed from Babylon and went to Ur, which Ur is like somewhere around where Kuwait City is today. So he goes down there and starts worshiping Enlil and all of them. But he chooses that dude to come back and make a covenant with instead of anybody else that had separated. He chooses that guy because he likes Shem family more so. That's a badass, that's a horrible parent.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I think the fact that you choose the type of people that you choose to begin with, to go along with your story, inside your story, is just that. Like, one, I also believe that, you're creating your own bad guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's the part. It's like, what's the point? What's the point? We can all be living in future paradise, just eating and drinking without getting fat, never, like we could just be living in the greatest life ever, celebrating this guy. We could just be doing that because everything would be perfect and great. No reason to complain,
Mm-hmm. And oh, sorry about that. And
we could live long enough to kind of be on a level to actually hold a kind of a civil conversation with your fellow, you know what I mean? Anything, but no chaos, just confusion, forgetting everything, allow people to take away other people's free will. You know what I mean? Just nothing. Just you better have those tassels on your uniform, but that's so weird, man.
yeah. And you know what's crazy? If I was God and I'm going to choose a group of people, I'm not going to choose a group of people who are living in over the span of history has been the most war-torn area in history, right? More people have fought over that little piece of land than any other place on the planet, right? So if I wanted to have my special group of people that will worship me and just love me and all that, I'm gonna choose some isolated ass people so that I can just bless them and they can live in a heaven. I'm gonna choose whoever got to Hawaii first. I'm choosing them, right? Because they're not gonna have any problems, and I can sit there and I can mold these people. I can teach these people. They ain't gonna start worshiping other gods. They ain't gonna have no influence from other people, and we can all just kumbaya together. And I can develop them as a culture. And then when they're ready, I can allow them to go spread the good news, right? If I'm gonna pick a certain people, I'm not gonna pick some group of people that's in the middle of hell and war all the damn time. Because they're gonna easily stray away from me. Because as soon as somebody conquer their ass, they either gonna think that I'm punishing them or they're going to think the other God is stronger. So they're gonna fluctuate back and forth. No, I'm gonna grab me some Hawaiians. I'm gonna make them, I'm gonna isolate. No, them North Sentinel Island. I'm gonna grab them. That's where God is. God is in the North Sentinel Island. Because ain't nobody messing with them.
Yeah, right. They chilling to the well, people mess with them that first time, but he learned his lesson. Unfortunately. Fortunately.
Nah, unfortunately,
you messing with them folks.
Yeah, when you go messing with somebody, I don't have any sympathy for you at all. You fucking around with them people didn't ask you to show up. So that's your fault. But
it's a perfect example, man. You're right, because you could have picked some people like that, guided them, molded them, you could have thrusted them into the future because you knew this was coming with cell phones and all this stuff first, and they could have ushered in what was supposed to be a kingdom from a respectable place. They already built up. They know what's going on. They're smart. They're educated. They got all the things to make man look at them and be like, wow, these people are advanced. They're kind. They haven't fought or conquered anybody.
Yeah.
There's no crime to speak of on their island. There's not, none.
Yeah. Sounds like Wakanda.
It sounded like the Benin Empire before the British.
No.
Not the stuff they did to other people. I'm talking about in their cities. Not the stuff they did to that's where people get me lost at. I ain't talking about what they did to others. I'm talking about in it because we got first-hand primary sources of people scouting. They were doing scouting. They were spying on these people before. And he was there for years. He was like, I haven't seen one crime in the city. Nobody steals from each other.
No, but they were going around conquering other people though.
I never said it wasn't. I said empire. You heard me here. You heard me put the word.
Yeah, you did say Benin Empire. Yeah, they were.
Empire knew what empires be doing. I knew that. I never fooled anybody. I act like Africans were just chilling. They were expanding.
Yeah.
And their empires were, they were expanding. It was a lot of territory to conquer. It was a lot of land to be had.
That's what I'm saying. Put their ass on an island, or like the Panari tribe in the mountains and some shit. Or the Peruvian people up in the mountains where they really can't go mess with nobody. Ain't nobody messing with them because they way up in the mountains somewhere.
Yeah, thanks.
But man, I'm hungry. I'm gonna get lightheaded in a minute, and then I'm gonna be.
Understood, man. I'm good. We talk. Well,
yeah, you gotta hit me earlier. Y'all gotta hit me earlier.
Wait till you're to the end, bro. Because honestly, I'm not a believer, so I like you to get to talking to these people. I want to hear what's going on. You know, I don't have anything to prove to you. I like to say my little thought about the prompt or whatever, and say what's up, my man, and
Cool.
keep it moving.
Cool. Appreciate you. Always mellow, because I'm feeling hungry and I'm about to get mellow with a cigar. With a cigar. Let me be clear. With a cigar. After I eat. All right.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Respect and peace, man.
Peace,
Peace,
bro.
man. I mean, peace, chat.
Yeah. All right. So, y'all can still come to San Antonio October 31st through November 2nd. And I got to check to make sure Sherry was right. And Sherry bought one of the shirts. Yeah. So you can look into on my on the link. There's a link in there for shineuniverse.net. You can get a link so you can get you a shirt. So thank you, Sherry, for supporting the channel that way. And I got to make sure Day of the Dead is during that weekend. It should be, but I want to make sure that just adds to the flavor of everybody coming down here. All right. Oh, you sent me a text with information about the festival. Okay, cool. Thank you, Sherry. So if that's part of it, man, we gotta go over there. While y'all are here, while the people are here, October 31st through November 2nd, we gotta go over and check out the Day of the Dead. That shit I think it's dope. I like it. I know, showing my age by saying I think it's dope. So, but another word about language to say I think it's dope. That'd have been a totally different thing in the 60s. But you still have time to join us here in San Antonio, October 31st through November 2nd. Click on the link. It's not going to allow you to get a hotel room anymore. So you have to call the number and tell them that you're part of the Thinkers group, and you'll be able to get the hotel, and they should still give you the discount. So go ahead and do that. I appreciate it. We're going to have a great time when we're here, October 31st through November 2nd. We may have to change it up a little bit. Well, it ain't changing it up. It's just in the in-between times. I know I'm going to go to Day of the Dead stuff, right? Oh, and by the way, my wife has informed me that October 31st, when we meet up at the Devil's River Distillery, that she and I will be in Halloween costume. Yeah, I wasn't planning on doing it myself. I know she was going to do it because that's just her personality. She had a whole fucking trunk full of costumes. I like them. But I was informed that I too will be somewhat in costume on October 31st. It's not going to be, I'm letting her do it, so she's not going to go too crazy on me. So, Angelina said that the Day of the Dead is the weekend before. Okay. So, but we're going to have a good time no matter what. She's still going to wear a costume, and she's going to make me wear one, so it don't matter. Look forward to it. Sign up today. We go live tomorrow again at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. So I look forward to our conversation tomorrow. We're going to talk about the bullshit of Christian persecution. That's what I want to talk about tomorrow. So if I forget and I put something else up there, remind me and I'll change it. So y'all have a great day. Always remember you have to free yourself to be yourself, because your greatness is non-negotiable. A little chirping bird, whistling bird outside. Good journey. Good vibrations. Go into the link and buy the shirt. Go to the link, buy the shirt. Deuces. Oh man, I need to eat.